The top rank is held by a villager. Virtual reality game, Initium. Son, are you awake? Yusuk Lee tilted her head, puzzled by the silence that greeted her. She sensed the reluctance lingering in the room but decided not to press further. Son? Can Mom come in? Are you really still asleep? Yeah, I'm awake. Her son, Ho Young, was far from awake. Half opening his eyes, he reluctantly stepped out of his room. Though his face bore a faint shadow of weariness, Yusuk Lee chose to keep her thoughts to herself. Instead, she brightened her expression with a warm smile, hoping to ease her son's mood. Ho ho, did a magpie nest on your head overnight? Look at your hair, she teased, playfully ruffling his already messy hair. Then, ushering him gently, she said, Go wash up, sleepyhead, and nudged him toward the bathroom. Today marked their bi-weekly counseling session. After a simple breakfast, the two headed out together. Son, why don't you hold my hand instead of tugging on my robe? But, Ho Young hesitated. I don't think I should anymore. But isn't this just stretching out Mom's clothes? Yusuk gestured to where his fingers clutched her coat. She added with a soft chuckle. When a mother can hold her son's hand, she treasures those moments. Oh no! Definitely not! Ho Young exclaimed, startled. His loud voice surprised even himself, and he quickly shrank back, glancing nervously around the hallway. The corridor outside their apartment was empty. Ho Young, realizing they were alone, breathed a sigh of relief. Then don't resist. Come on, Yusuk said, offering her hand. Reluctantly, Ho Young took it. Together, they walked to the elevator. Their apartment was on the 8th floor, and Yusuk's car was parked in the underground garage. The elevator, therefore, was the easiest option. When the elevator arrived and the doors opened, a family of 4 loaded with luggage stepped out. Ho Young froze, instinctively stepping back. Aren't you getting in? Yusuk asked gently. Sorry. You can go first, Ho Young stammered, his anxiety evident. The family rode down, and the doors closed. Sensing his unease, Yusuk stroked the back of his hand reassuringly. Son, should we take the stairs instead? Mom could use some exercise, she offered with a smile. With a faint nod, Ho Young agreed. They descended the stairs to the garage together. Ho Young struggled with a deep-seated phobia of people. His father had tragically passed away in an accident before Ho Young was born, leaving Yusuk to raise him on her own. She had endured unimaginable pain, but the thought of her unborn child kept her going. When Ho Young finally arrived in her life, her grief began to heal. Despite being raised by a single mother, Ho Young grew up to be a kind, thoughtful boy who never caused trouble. However, his gentle nature made him a target. Not long after starting high school, he became the victim of relentless bullying. It began with teasing and minor errands, but soon escalated to violence and extortion. His peers turned away, and even the teachers failed to intervene. Ho Young endured it all silently, his only solace being a childhood friend who attended another school. But fate dealt another blow. His friend tragically passed away in a subway fire. With no one left to lean on, Ho Young withdrew entirely. He dropped out of school and confined himself to his room. Over time, Yusuk's unwavering love and patience brought some improvement. Ho Young could now hold simple conversations with her, and even step outside, albeit only in her company. During one counseling session, the psychiatrist made an unusual suggestion. Ho Young, have you considered playing a game? The doctor asked with a warm smile. A game? Yes, a virtual reality game. It might help you get accustomed to interacting with others, even in a controlled environment. The doctor explained that Ho Young had made significant progress but had reached a plateau. Direct exposure to people could be overwhelming, but a virtual environment might serve as a stepping stone. A new game called Initium was released 2 months ago. It's a VR MMORPG that feels like another world. You might find it easier to engage with others there. Though intrigued, Ho Young hesitated. The idea of interacting, even virtually, felt daunting. On the drive home, Yusuk noticed her son deep in thought. Son, do you want to play that game? She asked suddenly. Ho Young flinched. Huh? No, it's not that. Mom wants you to try it. It could be fun, she said brightly. But the equipment is expensive, and there's a subscription fee too. Do you think our family can't afford it? Mom has it covered. Though it was a significant expense, Yisuk was determined to give her son this chance. 2 days later, a VR capsule was installed in their home. When Ho Young saw it, he was astonished. How did you get this so quickly, Mom? Your uncle helped, Yisuk said with a wink. Ho Young, overwhelmed by gratitude, promised. I'll thank him properly later. As he stared at the capsule, anticipation mingled with apprehension. His journey into Initium was about to begin. Welcome to Initium. A pure white space where nothing exists except for a large full-length mirror. It was a customizing space for character creation that arrived first when starting Initium. Ho Young looked at herself through the full-length mirror in front of her. It was a face and body that were completely different from reality. However, as far as clothes are concerned, she was wearing a simple-looking cloth, which was the initial equipment when starting Initium. As she continued to stare at the full-length mirror, holographic windows were displayed around the full-length mirror where you could customize your character. It was a simple setting window where you could only adjust the length and color of your hair, and the color of your eyes and skin. The appearance of Initium's character basically reflects the actual appearance of the person himself. No plastic surgery was possible except for the length of the hair, or other colors. Ho Young honestly worried a lot about this fact. What if someone recognizes you? Such thoughts were running through my mind. What Ho Young chose as a solution to that was to change the color of her skin or hair as much as possible to erase the impression that she was herself. Also, let's play in the starting town where the user's selection is the lowest. From the beginning, she was not confident in being among many people, so she tried to start in a village with the fewest number of users. Ho Young began to change his appearance by manipulating his settings window. His skin turned slightly light brown and his hair green. His hair was slightly long, covering his face as much as possible in a line that was not uncomfortable. In Initium, it was also common to dye their hair two-tone in various colors. In severe cases, there were people who used rainbow colors, so green was not a conspicuous color at all. A character that can be found anywhere has been completed. Please set a nickname for the character. Hoya. Do you want to set the character's nickname to Hoya? Huh. Hoya was like a nickname given to me by a friend I don't have now. A list of towns and cities that can be selected as the starting town appeared in front of Ho Young, who even finished setting the nickname. Next to the village names on the list, user preferences were displayed in a bar graph. Below it are written descriptions of the village. Ho Young could find a village at the bottom of the list. Ordo, the village at the edge of the earth. There was no bar graph next to the name of the village, no explanation under the name of the village, nothing. Does the absence of a graph mean that the percentage of users is low enough that the graph is not drawn? Ho Young thought that way and decided to start with Ordo. After agreeing to start the adventure in Ordo, Ho Young's vision changed. On the first opening day of Initium, people thought a lot about the town of beginning. Depending on which town or city you start in, you can obtain a specialized job or a hidden job that can be obtained if you are lucky. Also, the surrounding monsters are different, so making the wrong choice will eventually lead to character deletion. People read carefully the description of the village written below the village name, as there could be a week delay between the lead group and the character regeneration. Among the villages with almost 10 lines of explanations, Ordo, without any explanations, stood out naturally. Several users who discovered it decided that there was something hiding something that was not explained. There is something I want to hide, so there is little explanation. I chose Ordo as my starting town, wondering if I could get a good job or something else. And the words of those who chose Ordo as the starting town were the same. The first thing that comes into view is a dense forest of trees. And in a matter of seconds he dies of unknown cause. It was said that even after the waiting time for death passed, he repeated the death of unknown cause as in the first time. Ha 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 ha, really, what the hell is that? I'm gonna die really. You're already dead. Don't hold on, just cast like me and start over. From my point of view, there must be something wrong with Ordo. Ordo is definitely a trap hidden by the operators to fuck users. Don't hit the rocks in Ordo, come to Ahisha. Happy face, the priests are very oh. Protests about Ordo continued to the management of Initium. However, the management team did not give any answers regarding Ordo. The fact that Ordo was included in the list of villages of the beginning was something that the management did not expect at all. It was the dogma of Eve, the AI in charge of general management of Initium, and Eve was not modified. In the end, it was best to leave it that way. Time passed, and it had been about 2 months since Initium opened. Not long after most of the users start to pass on Ordo, the end of the land village Ordo disappears from the list of starting villages with the success of one user's entry into Ordo. In the forest where only trees and grass could be seen, Hoya was standing there. What am I supposed to do now? Hoya chose Ordo as the starting town. That means that this place is Ordo or nearby. As you move, something will come out. But I had no idea where to go. All around was a forest, and there was nothing that could be called a road on the floor. Initium had no other way to determine the surrounding geography except for the search skill and some items, so there was no way for Hoya to figure out his location now. Still, he couldn't stay still, so Hoya moved forward little by little. The sunlight coming through the tall trees created a mysterious atmosphere. At the same time, I felt something eerie. Hoya checked his status while walking. Name Hoya. Occupation none. Level 1. HP 100/100 MP 100/100. Strength 10, Agility 10. Stamina 10, Horsepower 10. Remaining points 0. Style. Skill. Since it was a character that had just been created, the status was shabby. Had he been walking for a long time? Nettle juice dash. At the same time as the sharp sound of the wind, I could feel the cold metal on the tip of my throat. Hoya was startled and felt goosebumps growing all over his body. When he looked down at the edge of his neck, he noticed that the cold metal felt on his neck was from the sword. Following the blade of the sword, Hoya's gaze went up from the hand holding the sword, from the hand to the arm, and the figure of the person holding the sword could be seen. No, I'm not sure if I should call this a person. Its face was covered with a veil made of dozens of leaves, and the sword was pointed at Hoya's neck. His body hardened on its own. Hoya couldn't lift a single finger of his. Does he have his first death since less than an hour into the game? Mom would be worried if I got out of the capsule so quickly. As she spread her imagination like that, the leaves tilted her head slightly and spoke. What? I thought it was a subspecies event, but it's not. The leaf took the sword and gently pulled the leaf from her head, revealing her face. Actually, I didn't even feel like I was there. It's the first time I've seen a face. Maybe an adventurer. The man in front of him shone brightly in his eyes. Hey, I didn't expect to see adventurers here. He spoke in a loud voice, then made a momentary look on his face and swung his sword again. A black branch swung towards Hoya's back, cutting off the branch of a tree that was rapidly extending from the back of Hoya. Keek! The tree with its branches cut down screamed. However, when the man wearing the leaves swung his sword a few times, his body shattered and turned into firewood and disappeared into light. Hey! This is getting in trouble. Let's get out of here for now. After hearing the screams of the Ents just before he died, the Ents who heard the screams would flock to this place soon after. The man thought so and grabbed Hoya's wrist to take Hoya out of this place. It wouldn't be dangerous, but the man thought it was annoying to be surrounded by gents and deal with them. Widely. As soon as the man grabbed Hoya's wrist, Hoya took a step back, waving his hand away. Suddenly his hand was thrown away, and the man frowned and looked at Hoya. I felt a little bad. But looking at Hoya's face, I could understand why he acted like that. There were many emotions on Hoya's face, but the biggest emotion was fear. The man could simply imagine what his actions would have looked like to Hoya. A mysterious man, who covered his face by tying dozens of leaves, held a sword to his neck. Even that was not enough, he swung his sword at himself. Is there anyone who wouldn't resist when someone who did such an act grabs his wrist? Hoya's behavior was a natural one, out of a defensive instinct. The leaves were covered in order to deceive the Ents. The reason he held the sword at Hoya was that he was momentarily mistaken for a subspecies of Ent due to the color of his skin and hair. But Hoya didn't know that. No, please don't be so vigilant. I'll explain everything. Ah, mister. The leaves of the trees surrounding Hoya and the man swayed in the wind and made a sound. It wasn't a natural wind noise. It was the sound made by the branches swung like a whip. Dozens of branches of the already gathered Ents were being swung towards Hoya and the man. Thump, thump, thump. Hoya's heart was beating heavy and fast. I don't know if he's an NPC or a player yet. However, the first person he met after logging into the game pointed his sword at him, swung it, and grabbed his wrist. So he instinctively shook off the touch without realizing it, and took a step back. In the completely unexpected situation, Hoya's head was filled with only fear. He was full of fear, but his head was spinning furiously to get an accurate picture of his current situation as quickly as possible. What suddenly? PK? Not likely. I look like a beginner at first glance. There is nothing to gain by doing PK. As Hoya unfolded his imagination in his head, the man made a face that he knew something and spoke again. No, please don't be so vigilant. I'll explain everything. Ah, mister. The man abruptly stopped talking and looked around, rolling his eyes mixed with irritation and annoyance. As Hoya rolled his eyes following his gaze, he felt something foreign. 3. Unintentional bus. Were there any trees there? There was a large tree that seemed to have grown for several decades in a space where there would have been only grass until recently. It wasn't the only one. As if surrounding Hoya and the man, an unseen tree appeared. Hoya instinctively felt a chill, and it felt like a cold sweat was running down his back. Blatantly. Suddenly, there was a sound as if the wood were splitting. The trunks of the trees that stood around Hoya and the man split apart, creating faces that looked like Halloween pumpkins. Immediately afterwards, the trees opened their eyes, and at the same time their branches were whipped down like a whip. Bang quang! There was a sound as if a bomb had been falling, and dust rose from the sand. When the sand and dust cleared, the place was so dented that it was impossible to find the shape of the previous one. It was the spot where Hoya had been standing before. Just before the branch hit Hoya, a man covered in leaves pulled Hoya towards him. Thanks to that, Hoya was able to avoid becoming like a hollow floor. And at the same time, I was able to accurately grasp the current situation. This man saved himself. And he was still trying to save him. Goo, thank you for saving me. Thanks later, and wrap his head around him and stay here. Hoya spoke in a low voice, as if crawling, but the man understood it correctly and instructed him to remain still. The man approached the nearest moving tree, the Ent in the polluted forest. The man muttered a little and made fun of the sword, then swung the sword at the Ent in the tainted forest. And Hoya was able to check the information on the trees to see if the attack of the Ent in the polluted forest towards Hoya was recognized as a battle decision. Ent of the contaminated forest. Level 736. Ent of the contaminated forest. Level 734. Ent of the contaminated forest. Level 737. Vertical ellipsis. Hoya swallowed his breath without making a sound after checking the monster's information. Even if the level of the monsters was high, it was too high. It had been a little over 2 months since Initium opened. He knew that the level of the rankers, who were leading the players, barely exceeded 200. However, a monster with a level that could easily exceed 3 times or nearly 4 times appeared in front of Hoya. And what on earth is that person who is moving leisurely while dealing with dozens of such monsters at the same time? Hoya had a headache. Ugh! But one thing was recognizable. If you get hit by the whip of that thin branch even once, you will die. That much was definitely recognizable. What? Where are you hurt? Why are you moaning? I'm sure they won't attack, but I stopped them all. While Hoya was resting for a moment in a situation that was too difficult to follow, the man took out all the entrants in the polluted forest. After that, he returned to Hoya's side. On his right waist was a bunch of tree branches. At his words, Hoya could barely hold on to the cord of his mind. Suddenly, in the corner of my field of vision, I saw system messages waiting to be confirmed, flickering. And Hoya, who checked the system message, put his mind at ease again. You have killed the ant in the contaminated forest. Level has risen. 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 Vertical ellipsis. You have killed the ant in the contaminated forest. Level has risen. Level has risen. Level has risen. Acquired the title striking a rock with an egg. You have killed the ant in the contaminated forest. Vertical ellipsis. Hoya felt as if his head was hurting worse than before. Captain? Team leader? I know. Quickly check with Eve and think of a response. Chief. Just before. Oh, really? Stop posting the same thing and check it quickly. And the management team goes to your team leaders. NeoWars, the developer and operator of VR MMORPG Initium. Among them, the operation team and the user management team had an emergency. This is because players who raised their level exponentially in a short period of time appeared. The operations team was busy checking for bugs. And the user management team was working hard to convince Eve to check the information of the user who caused this situation. User's information was information that should never be leaked. Therefore, Eve, an AI, was in charge of all user information management. Therefore, in order to check or monitor users' information, the only way was to persuade Eve to obtain the user's information. Captain? I got user information from Eve. Really? What's wrong with Eve? Eve is basically very cooperative with the management team. However, Eve was very stubborn and did not open her mouth easily when it came to modifying information in the game, not user information or abnormalities. So, I left one employee to organize the data to persuade Eve over several hours, and just in case, I sent another employee to Eve to appeal even emotionally without any preparation. I wasn't expecting much, but what is this? Eve immediately put out the user's information, although limited. So, what is the user who caused this situation? The user name is Hoya and the real name was not given. The character creation date is today at 2:39 and 27 seconds p.m. Who's curious about the character creation date? How did you level up more than 100 at once? What? 2 o'clock? Yeah. It's exactly 2 hours 39 minutes and 27 seconds. Crazy. Then you created a character and leveled up over 100 in an hour? That makes sense. A while ago, the reason that NeoWorld's operation team and user management team were put into a state of emergency was because one user was listed in the rankings. It is not strange that the name of the 4,900 units at the bottom of the ranking where only the top 5,000 users in the world can be listed is changed. It was a position where it was easy to withdraw from the rankings if the tension was lost even for a moment. And if you aim for that gap, it was also an easy place to put your name on. Even if you are at the top of the rankings, you will withdraw from the ranking if you are vigilant, but the top rankers do have their names in the rankings. The lowest rank is a bloody position where your name will go down from the ranking list if you are careless. And now the name of a user in the rankings has become a big problem. Ordinary users could only check the list up to the top 5,000. However, only for the operation team and user management team, they can check the ranking up to the top 10,000. However, a user named Hoya was a name that had never been recorded in the top 10,000. So it was an emergency. And the emergency took exactly 3 hours 43 minutes and 42 seconds. Brr, it's a bug. This is definitely a bug. Eve says it's the result of a normal system, not a bug. Tell me not to lie. It's not a lie, this leader. As team leader Sukhun Lee clasped his head and moaned, Yudehu, the team leader, appeared. I checked the system myself, squeezing my teammates down to the last drop. There were no bugs. The head. My head hurts so much that I want to quit and avoid this job right now. Fortunately, the user's name, Hoya, was posted at 4,996th place. Ordinary users will just think that the ranking has changed as usual. And the nickname Hoya was removed from the rankings in less than an hour. It was a ranking entry for a short time. Therefore, people did not realize that there was no job mark next to the nickname Hoya, and the nickname Hoya was forgotten in the minds of users. Except for one head. Hoya was walking through the forest while being dragged by a man by his wrist. Meanwhile, Hoya checked his status. And no matter how much of a mental shock it was in the game, he did not react at all to the fact that the person he had never met for the first time was dragging him along. Name Hoya. Occupation none. Level 116. HP 1, 260/1, 260 MP 1, 260/1, 260. Strength 10, Agility 10, Stamina 10, Horsepower 10. Remaining points 660. Style: striking a rock with an egg. Skill: the level went over 100 within an hour of starting the game. Only the Ents in the contaminated forest who attacked Hoya were judged to be fighting Hoya. Maybe that's why, in the process of the man killing the Ents in the polluted forest, experience points also flowed into Hoya. It was a total of 19 polluted forest Ents who attacked Hoya. Dozens of monsters with level 700 or higher suffered an experience reduction penalty due to the level difference with the monsters. And again, I was given a penalty for reducing the experience value due to the contribution in the unorganized state. Furthermore, the level of Hoya was raised by more than 100, despite the fact that once again the experience was cut due to the penalty due to the level difference between each other. Hoya could not hide his bewilderment at the completely unrealistic situation. Hoya's gaze went down to the remaining points in his level. Strange. After reaching level 116, the remaining points are 660. This number was odd. As you level up, you only get 5 points left. So Hoya's remaining points had to be 580. However, there were 80 points higher than that. It's probably not a bug caused by a sudden level up. I've never heard of a bug in Initium. Hoya, who thought it was not a bug, shifted his gaze to his title. If it wasn't a bug, this was the only thing that could cause it. Striking a rock with an egg. A title for a player who achieves level 100 without distributing points to any one place with an overall stat of 10 each. You, who hit the rock with the egg, will now become an egg harder than the rock. Title effect: remaining points are doubled when leveling up. In fact, this title was put in as a joke by the head of the development team before Initium started its official service. A hidden piece that no one would ever have discovered. There will be no perverts who will achieve level 100 with a total stat of 5 each. It was a hidden piece that was put in with that in mind. But out of the blue, this deceptive title was revealed. If the development team leader or higher knew this fact, they would all fall by the back of their necks. It was fortunate for the development team leader that Eve strictly manages user data. Hoya, unaware of such facts, said there are all these titles. And I just thought about it lightly. 4. Ordo 1. Arrival! Hoya's spirit returned to reality at the sound of the man's voice. Widely. Recognizing that the man was holding his wrist, Hoya shook off the man's hand again. It was like a habit or instinct that had been ingrained into the body. But he wasn't the one who saved him. Hoya felt sorry for unknowingly shaking off his hand. However, the man didn't feel bad and it had happened a while ago, so he understood and moved on. Welcome to Ordo. Well, so, your name? Hey, it's Hoya. Yeah, Hoya. Welcome to our town. Have you been introduced to me yet? My name is Kraus. Take care of me. The man, who introduced himself as Kraus, reached out to Hoya to shake hands. Hoya paused for a moment. But he knew it was not polite to not accept a handshake, so he cautiously reached out and took Kraus's hand to shake his hand. There was a reason that he was the person who showed him a favor, but because he recognized that he was an NPC in the game rather than a real person, it was also a little bit easier to deal with Kraus. Hoya once again recalled that, as recommended by his doctor, virtual reality games could also help with treatment. But it was still just there. His stuttering words, his small voice, and the movement of his eyes to avoid the other's gaze were the same. Yet it is. The village Ordo was a fairly small village. It was a scale that would be more appropriate to call it a well-developed apartment complex rather than a village. In fact, the number of people living in Ordo is said to be less than 10. It was the number of people who seemed to be a more appropriate expression to call it a group rather than a village. Perhaps because of the small population, the scenery of the village was also very simple. The village was surrounded by a village fence that seemed to be unable to do its job at all, made of woven wood to make it look plausible. In such a fence, unknown grasses grew around the stems, and none of the buildings in the village exceeded the 3rd floor. Even the buildings that were there were only maintaining the minimum shape necessary. The road was also completely unpaved with dirt. Little. Doesn't the town look a little shabby? Kraus came in with exactly what Hoya was thinking. It's definitely a little shabby. No, it's true what he thought was naive, so Hoya couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Ahaha. We also want to make a more luxurious village, but buildings break down frequently. Following Kraus' beckoning, he crossed the fence and entered the village. No, so I tried to go inside. Quag-wag-wang. Just before taking a step inside the fence, Kraus exploded along with the surrounding buildings by something that flew from somewhere. In the sudden situation, Hoya's body stiffened in an awkward posture. Kek. Oh, I got dirt in my mouth. Klaus! Did your guy take it again? Hey, what are you talking about all of a sudden? Lencia. I think I've told you 1,000 times not to touch my herbs. Be in moderation. If the herbs go bad, you're responsible. Hoya turned only his head stiffly and looked in the direction of the chirping voice. Standing there stood a beautiful woman with silky platinum hair and long, pointed ears. It was seen holding a bow in her hand. He turned his head again to check Kraus' condition. In the place where the sand and dust had been cleared, Kraus was surprisingly standing still. The surrounding buildings were blown away and a deep crater was formed, but Kraus' limbs were all intact except for being covered in dust. Seeing that an arrow was lodged at Kraus' feet, it seemed that the cause of the previous explosion was the same. Is it possible to have that kind of power with just one arrow? As he stared at the situation, a woman called Rencia quickly approached Kraus and removed the leaves he had been wearing over her head. It just looks so good. It wasn't enough to even get a scratch, so you covered it with some strange foreign material. How are you going to take responsibility for this situation? No, you covered it with dust, right? Can't you pass the blame on that? Noisy! Shut up! Shut up, both of you! I think it was a herb, not a leaf. As Lencia, who took her herbs and held her in her arms, was growling towards Kraus, a young woman's voice was heard from somewhere. No, she was a voice that would be more appropriate to describe it as a young woman's voice. When Hoya looked in the direction the voice was coming from, there was a girl there who looked only like a middle school student, no matter how many times she slapped her. Her girl was walking towards them with her face crumpled. It's been less than a week since the previous building was demolished and fixed. But is this the same again? No, this is him first. The cause lies with this guy. I am the victim, Mayor. What is the cause and what is the effect? The girl spread her arms and pointed her fingers at the wreckage of the building. She then asked Kraus and Lencia to say that she had nothing to say. Besides, what ugliness is this in front of guests? At the girl's words, Rencia's eyes turned to Hoya. Along with that, the eyes of Kraus and the girl also turned to Hoya. Hoya felt the pressure of pretending to be even though she hadn't eaten anything. Hoya barely swallowed a moan that was about to come out of his mouth and greeted him softly. Hello. My name is Hoya. You're a guest here. Adventurer? Welcome to Ordo, adventurer. When Lencia found Hoya and checked her dressing, she greeted him with a smile and a gentle voice like a flower garden. It was a surprisingly quick change of posture. Kraus was looking at Rencia like that from the side with a surprised expression. I welcome you too. My name is Moan. a girl who introduced herself as Moan walked towards Hoya. Looking up at Hoya, the smiling girl took his hand and led him into the village. Hoya flinched slightly at Moan's touch. However, because he was a small child, there was no rejection reaction as expected. Maybe it's because he unconsciously thought that he couldn't harm himself with that small body. Don't be fooled, Hoya. It looks like that, but on the inside, it's a complete mess. Yes? Actually. Kuh! Kraus crept over to Hoya's side and whispered softly in his ear. Kraus tried to answer Hoya's question about it, but when he was hit in the stomach by a hard rock that suddenly rose from the ground, he grabbed his stomach and fell to his knees on the floor. Ho ho ho, Kraus, what did you just say? Oh, nothing. At Moan's words, Kraus couldn't keep up. After that, he was swept away by the welcoming atmosphere, and Hoya even got food. A man named Sariban made the food. Hoya still couldn't forget the system message that popped up every time he ate each of those foods. I ate the legendary Gigant Red Bear Skewers. Strength and stamina increased by 30% for 240 minutes. I ate the legendary Rainbow Slime Concentrated Jelly. Movement speed is increased by 30% and attack damage by 25% for 60 minutes. I ate the legendary Heavenly Wheat Bread. Permanently increases divine power by 100 for 120 minutes. All food was buff dishes. It also had a superior effect than the current priest rankers. I knew that the cook's buff dishes were less effective than the priest's buffs, but maybe I was mistaken. Besides, Gigant Red Bear was a monster that Hoya knew. To be precise, a field boss monster that requires a large-scale raid. Among the Initium play videos that Hoya saw, it seems that all the elites of the guild called Snow White gathered and took a lot of damage and time to catch the boss monster. Perhaps this is also an illusion. Hoya thought so and ate the food silently. He had nothing to do but eat. He had to sit between Kraus and Moan where he was semi-forced. However, the difficulty of talking to them was still too high. Kraus and Moan talked to Hoya with various stories, but Hoya's answer was almost the same as yes or no, so the conversation did not continue. So the conversation was cut off at some point. Kraus and Moan were just looking at Hoya, who quietly ate food, with a smile on their father's face and a smile on their mother's face. Sarivan, who was sitting across from him, also had a proud expression on his face. Hey, I'm happy to eat. Ho ho ho, what a cute thing. The more I see it, the more I like it. Ha ha ha. After all, my cooking isn't dead yet. It was a fact that Hoya herself did not know, but the way Hoya was eating was really pretty. Hoya's appearance and interest as an adventurer visiting Ordo for the first time were mixed, and he gave them pods. Even Hoya's short answers seemed to be just reticent. Ugh! Hoya, who was receiving those gazes as one body, was almost dying. He didn't know if the food was going through his nose or his mouth. It was a good thing that the questions and conversations that were coming to Hoya were cut off. But the interrupted conversation turned into a strong, affectionate gaze and returned to him. That made Hoya more painful. Hoya, whose gaze was difficult to bear, thought that their gaze would weaken if they continued to have a conversation. So, he opened his mouth first by asking about something he had been suspicious of before. Hey, Mr. Kraus. I have one question. Comfort, just call me Kraus. What are you curious about more than that? That? I wondered why he held up his sword when he first saw me. Iced coffee. At Hoya's question, Kraus scratched the back of his head and smiled mischievously. Actually, Hoya, when I saw you, I mistook you for a subspecies of Trey. I'm so sorry about that. Well, Hoya, your appearance is misunderstood enough. Well, you're better than the adventurers who dyed their hair in rainbows. Hoya had light brown skin and green hair. It is said that the appearance of the subspecies that evolved from the enchanting of the forest's magic is similar to that of Hoya. With that said, Hoya could understand why Kraus had done that in the first place. But you should be careful, Kraus. No, but the Ents also said that Hoya was left alone. Isn't that misleading enough? Ents, regardless of their type, have a strong attachment to their territory. That's why Ents don't let beings invade their realm. That is why there are no other monsters in the forest where the Ents are. Perhaps the Ents were also fooled by Hoya's appearance. 5. Ordo 2. As Hoya intended, they exchanged various conversations with each other because of the words Hoya had uttered. Thanks to that, Hoya felt more at ease when their gaze went away. In my mind, I wanted to log out immediately without doing such troublesome work. But in order to continue the game in the future, there was no good reason to hate the villagers. In Hoya's mind, there seemed to be no other village other than this village called Ordo. Okay, then, why was Hoya in that forest? Shortly after Hoya sat comfortably, his gaze returned to Hoya. Hoya wondered if the conversation was going back and forth while he was thinking about something else for a while, so that the direction of the conversation was refocused on him. It was there when I opened my eyes. Then you didn't come by yourself? Yes. For the NPCs in this game, the player, that is, the adventurer, is a person from another world who does not grow old and resurrects even after death with the blessing of the God-given Eve. So, in response to Hoya, they understood that Eve had sent him to the forest. Actually, it's because Hoya is not able to come here alone, even at all, from the strength I can feel. Moan nodded in agreement. Then Hoya has nowhere else to go except in this town right now. Huh? Ho, really? Well, will it be like that? In response to Hoya's answer, the three exchanged glances and smiled at each other at the same time. And Moan opened his mouth as the representative. Hoya, I'll speak on behalf of the village with the authority of the village chief. Won't you become a resident of our village? I'll take good care of you. At Moan's words, a system window appeared in front of Hoya. You can change your job to Ordo Villager. Do you want to change jobs? Yes, no. Yes. Hoya couldn't resist their gaze and accepted the job change. There are many types of jobs in Initium. There are countless types of jobs such as basic warriors and wizards, explorers, blacksmiths, dancers, robbers, and so on. And the rare jobs derived from those jobs are several times that number. Among such numerous occupations, it was natural that there was a difference between a job with a high preference for users and a job with a low preference. Among the numerous occupations, the one with the lowest preference was the villager. The share of the villager's occupation group among all users was 0.74%. It was a very atrocious rate of less than 1%. The reason was that the performance was not so good on a difficult subject to change jobs. To change a job to a villager, as the job title suggests, being a villager, that is, becoming a resident, was to be recognized as a citizen of the village. Therefore, the only way was to ask permission from the person who had the right to decide the citizens of the village, or to buy citizenship from the village NPCs, whether it was a vagrant of the village or whatever. Even if it was difficult to obtain citizenship and change jobs, the villagers performed too poorly compared to the difficulty of the job change. Of course, there are advantages as well. Only NPCs in the village to which they belong are unconditionally favored over a certain percentage. You can buy things at a lower price only in that town. Only village NPCs could learn any skill as long as they had permission from the other party. The occupational where restrictions of weapons and armor could also be ignored. In addition, the waiting time for resurrection after death of ordinary users was 2 days in real time, whereas the waiting time for resurrection was only 1 day for villagers. He even has the basic long-distance warp skill, which is a rare ability to warp to the village he belongs to. However, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Villagers had semi-limited skills they could learn depending on the village they belonged to, and the NPCs in that village. There were no knights in the countryside, so it was the same logic as not being able to learn the skills of a knight. And even if there is a knight in the village to which he belongs, in order to learn the skill, it was necessary to increase the affinity of that character. Even if the skill was learned by increasing the person's liking, it was not easy to learn the skill from another person after that. When someone learns a skill, the person who taught it first appears to know how it was learned, and the skill is often recovered or weakened. At the same time, he said that he did not believe in himself and bowed his head to others, and his favorability also dropped significantly. Even if it was said that only one person could learn the skill, he could not fully transmit his skill due to the limitation of being a villager. And unlike general users who can choose to either respawn immediately in the area where they died or resurrect in the last town they visited, except for some areas or dungeons after death, villagers forcibly fixed their resurrection points to their own village. Had been. If a villager at the eastern end died at the western end, they had to go to the western end after respawning in the eastern end of the village, or buy a return scroll for an exorbitant price. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages, and the navel bigger than the belly was the job of being a villager. The villager was the weakest among the weakest occupations. But in the case of the villager of Ordo, it was a little. No, it was very different. I'm the team leader. Bump! I jumped open the door of the head of the Neo Wars user management team and went inside. The complexion of the temple that entered with the door opened was tired of blue. Around his neck was an employee ID that said Neo Wars User Management Team. What? Team leader Lee Suk-hoon had an anxiety attack on the face of the temple, as if it was going to fall apart like ice at any moment due to the fact that the temple could not turn green and became white. What else happened? His bad thoughts fit perfectly in a bad sense. What? I'm nervous, so tell me quickly. A user who has acquired an S-class job has arrived. What? Swish! At the employee's words, team leader Suk-hoon Lee turned his gaze to his computer monitor. A message window was floating on the monitor announcing the user's acquisition of an S-class job. Of course, there was not much information floating in the message window because the user's information was confidential information that even a company employee could not easily know. Occupation classification grade, S+. Occupation name, Villager of Ordo. Job acquisition username, Hoya. Job acquisition location, Ordo, End of the Earth Village. There were only 4 lines of information. In fact, this is also sensible information. Lee Suk-hoon felt something drop and break in his head. It was the moment when he sincerely resigned and wanted to quit his job. Immediately after that, an employee of the management team, who was wandering in search of his team leader, also arrived at team leader Lee Suk-hoon's room. Lee Suk-hoon and Yu Yu were the motives for joining the company, and at the same time, they shared a long-standing friendship. Anyone in the operations team and user management team knew that fact. Therefore, if her team leader was not visible, he would first go to the other team leader's office. And today, team leader Yu Yu was in team leader Lee Suk-hoon's office. Chief. Just before. Are you trying to say that you got an S-class job? Huh. How did you know that already? Have you forgotten where this is? Where they are now is the office of the team leader of the user management team. The level of information about users was a place where they could receive faster than the employees of the operation team. Well, then you must know that the user who obtained the S-class job is the same person who caused the commotion before. The temple swallowed saliva and continued. Hey. It's presumptuous, but isn't this a dangerous situation? The occupations classified as S-class were those that were expected to appear only 2 to 3 years after Initium's opening. It was an arrangement prepared so that the late runners, who started 2 or 3 years later, could catch up with the first runners who had been running since the opening. Among them, the occupations classified as S+ were almost impossible to obtain. But it came out 2 months after opening. It's not just an S-class job, it's an S+ job. Because of the user who just started today. The most frustrating thing was that there was no way to impose sanctions or mediation on the user, and there was no way to talk. The Whisper system was a system that could only be sent to users whose characters were in sight or who were added to their friends list. To add a friend, you had to see the character with your own eyes to apply. At the moment, there was no connection point with the user called Hoya. And there was one thing that bothered me. The word Ordo included in the job title. The village of beginnings that caused protests from users in the early days of Initium's opening. It was the name of the village that Eve had put on the list of villages in the beginning. The management doesn't know anything about the town of Ordo. The only thing I can guess is that the word the end of the earth was vaguely involved in the game's story. The only people who know exactly about Ordo now are Eve, the management AI, and Taesung Lee, her creator, father, and NeoWord's president. Even if it's a dangerous situation, there's nothing we can do. Eve asserts that Hoya's leveling up isn't a bug, and it's highly probable that this job acquisition isn't a bug either. Unless it's a bug, Eve and the president can't do anything to us. I won't tell you. Yu Juvu saw the situation accurately. Unless it was a bug, there was no way to inform them of user-related information, and the process of obtaining a job was the same. To be honest, even if there were bugs, it was unclear whether Lee Taesung would fix or roll back Initium. Because he was saying that Initium is a world created by players. All they could do right now was just tie their heads up. Occupation changed to Ordo Villager. The waiting time for resurrection after death is reduced to 24 hours. Of all equipment where restrictions, job restrictions are not affected. Obtain the job skill return to village. Obtain the job skill villageman strike. Obtain the title resident of the end of the earth. When Hoya changed jobs, there were only 6 system messages. Hoya immediately checked his status. Name Hoya. Occupation Villager of Ordo. Level 116. Level 116. HP 1 260/1 260 MP 1 260/1 260. Strength 10 Agility 10. Stamina 10 Horsepower 10. Holy Power 100. Remaining points 660. Style: smashing a rock with an egg, the villager at the edge of the earth. Skill: return to the village, the strike of the villagers. The divine power was a stat obtained by eating the dishes Sariban had made. The title of a villager at the edge of the land and the skill of returning to the village were created while changing jobs. 100 divine power. Compared to the rankers, it was never a high number. However, it was very rare that a profession other than a paladin or a priest had divine power stats. 6. Ordo 3. Hoya confirmed the title and skill. Inhabitant of the end of the earth village. The inhabitants of this world's end. They perfectly adapted to the harsh environment. Title effect: completely resists all status ailments and debuffs. Return to town. Occupation: a return skill for villagers only. You can return to Ordo, the village at the edge of the earth. MP used: 10% of the MP you have. Cooldown: 300 minutes. The Villager's Strike. Occupation: an attack skill for villagers only. The blow that gathered everything from the villagers, who had nothing particularly special than the others, was powerful. Attacks powerfully in proportion to the sum of all stats and attack power. MP used: 50% of the MP you have. Cooldown: 7 days. A series of deceptive titles appeared. Resistant to all status ailments. In other words, all state abnormal attacks were nullified. To see these titles appearing twice in a row, Hoya was absurd. Or is this usually normal? I had a thought. Once again, welcome to Ordo, Hoya. When Hoya finished checking his title and skills, he greeted Moan as a villager in good time and rushed to Hoya and wrapped his arms around his waist. He was momentarily bewildered by the sudden embrace, but Hoya couldn't push this little, fragile child away. As Hoya stood still in an awkward position, Kraus took Mons away from Hoya in his place. Come on, stop. Should I give you a tour of the town? Oh, yes. Amoen, who had a sullen expression with a slightly frown on the face of pushing himself, changed her face to look like he was missing out on Kraus' words. As soon as he came to the village, he had taken him straight to Sari Van's house. So all Hoya knew about the village was the distance from the village entrance to Sarivan's house. Moan got up from his chair and took Hoya's hand just like when he first came to the village and led him around the village. It was not a very large village, so it only took about an hour or more to look around the whole village. Hoya wondered that there were no people in the village except himself, Kraus, Moan, Sarivan, and Renchia. Moan explained to Hoya, who had such a question, that everyone was out of town for a while. Even if everyone is in the village, there are only 8 people, so it's hard to meet them on the street unless you go home or gather on purpose. Oh, now there are 9? The last place Hoya arrived was the training ground in the village, led by Moan, who laughed and explained. Apparently, it was a building the size of an ordinary family house from the outside, but on the inside there was a bigger space than the school grounds. Various weapons were hung on one wall, and things like black scarecrows were lined up neatly on the other. This is our village's training ground. It's rarely used, but ho ho ho. Moan took a sword hanging from the wall, handed it to Hoya, and pointed to the scarecrows and said, "Then give it a try." "Yes? What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Moan gave an answer right away without questioning whether such a thought was evident on Hoya's face. Don't adventurers like to train? Even if the facility looks like this, the training ground in our village will be more efficient than any other training ground? He seemed to be talking about raising skill proficiency or stats through repetitive actions in the training ground. Obviously, raising the status is something that adventurers like. He wasn't exactly what he wanted, though. Hoya felt a little grateful that he had chosen this place as the last place to visit the village because of himself. It's better for adventurers to stop at the last stop and have a serious look than to stop in the middle and try it for a while. But there was one problem. Hey, I can't write this. The sword that Moan gave to Hoya was the problem. Hoya couldn't help but be surprised to see the sword. Blue Erdl's long sword. Class unique. Attack damage 3,800. Durability 750 of 750. Skill casting time is greatly reduced. When hitting the opponent, there is a 30% chance to absorb a certain amount of the enemy's MP. A sword made by the legendary blacksmith Dantles using Blue Erdl, which is mainly used for his staff. All of the blades are made of Blue Erdl, which greatly increases the efficiency when using skills and magic, and the appearance is as beautiful as any jewelry accessory. Since he sneezed during production and impurities were mixed in, he did not get the performance he wanted, so he hung this sword as a decoration on the wall of the village training ground. Where restrictions, level 580, magical 900 plus warrior. It was a sword that none of the existing players could wear. I didn't think of that. I'm sorry. Moan apologized with a voice of sincere apology. However, there were only these weapons in the current village of Ordo. Amoan, who had been contemplating for a while, made an expression that he had thought of a solution, and then disappeared from her sight in an instant. After about 5 minutes, Moan showed up again. In her hand was an ordinary-looking iron long sword. Normal long sword. Class normal. Attack power 15. Durability 50 of 50. It is an ordinary long sword made for an entry level. Since novice blacksmiths are mainly crafting for practice, it is difficult to expect additional effects. Where restrictions, none. Compared to the sword Hoya had just seen, it was so low that he couldn't raise his head because he was shabby. Naturally, it was a low skill level. In the beginning, this ordinary long sword was the first weapon that players were given by default in the village. But it did not exist in Ordo. Therefore, Moan quickly warped to another village, sneaked from there. No, he had been rescued. After thanking Moan, Hoya took the long sword and tried to pose. Seeing Hoya like that, Kraus' eyes changed seriously. Hoya, my legs are too wide apart. That's why I can't respond quickly. I also turned my hind legs forward about 25 degrees, and my shoulders and wrists were too tight. And Kraus was rapping. At Kraus's words that were spit out as fast as rap, Hoya felt a bit dazed. I've only heard the sword once, but what can I say so much? Still, these were the words of the person who caught the dozens of polluted ants in one breath without taking a single breath. Hoya tried to change his posture little by little according to Kraus' words. No, that's not it. Wrists like this a little more. Too much power. As time passed, Kraus's voice grew louder, so every time Kraus uttered a word, Hoya flinched once. Moan was watching the two of them while eating popcorn, not knowing where they got it. Ugh, that sword idiot. In the end, Kraus, feeling the limits of verbal explanations, moved his hand to correct Hoya's posture. Hoya's body stiffened at Krauss' touch. He wanted to run away at any moment, but Hoya clenched his teeth, thinking that he couldn't do it now. At Hoya's stiff movement, Krauss raised his voice even louder. But on the contrary, the stiffness helped Krauss directly move Hoya's posture. Hoya's body hardened just as Krauss put him in the position. Time passed and an hour had passed. What should I be satisfied with in the first place? Krauss' expression didn't look very satisfied. Still, I gave Hoya a passing grade. At Krauss' words, Hoya slumped to the floor. It was only for an hour, not Krauss' class, but it felt like I had completed a 42 kilometers marathon. Sweat dripped down Hoya's body. Then give it a try now. Although he had no desire to do anything, Hoya got up again and grabbed the sword in front of the scarecrow at Krauss' intense gaze. Holding his posture and glancing at Krauss' expression still wasn't satisfied, but his head was nodding slightly. Hoya swung his sword diagonally from top to bottom towards the scarecrow. Puck! I felt a hit. It didn't feel like the sword was cutting through the scarecrow. As Hoya was thinking about that, Hoya's body was floating in the air. It felt as if the middle of the film had been cut off. He hit the scarecrow, and by the time he was aware, he was already floating in the air. Bang! Hoya's body, which was flying in the air, made a loud roar and crashed into the wall opposite the scarecrow, creating a large cloud of dust. Ouch. Oh, I forgot. When Moan and Krauss were making a mistake face, Hoya had already been forcibly logged out. Inflicted damage leading to instant death. He died. Hoya met his first character death less than a day after starting the game. Yi-Suk Lee is feeling very good right now. When she first bought her capsules for Ho-Young, she wasn't too worried. Ho-Young said that since the incident when she was in high school, she hadn't even had a conversation or met face-to-face with Yi-Suk Lee and her doctor, who was her own counselor. Due to her unavoidable circumstances, for example, when she was going to her hospital, or when she ran into a passerby, Ho-Young took a step back from her Lee Yi-Suk and was busy building her up like her wall. So she was very worried. No matter how much it is called a game, will she be able to do well without herself? Isn't it pressured to be alone in the midst of people and log out immediately to escape from that situation? If so, what comfort and words of encouragement should I give? Her worries about her Ho-Young had cluttered Yi-Suk Lee's mind until about half an hour after Ho-Young entered her capsule. However, contrary to Yi-Suk Lee's concerns, Ho-Young has not come out of her capsule until several hours have passed. She seemed to have adapted well, fortunately, whether the shield of the fact that she was a game helped. With that in mind, Yi-Suk Lee, who became brighter, was preparing dinner while humming her. Tonight's dinner was a long time since she showed off her skills, so she was setting a table full of Han Sang. She's in a good mood, and she feels like she's cooking better than usual. Food dash. When I was almost done cooking, I heard the sound of the capsule opening just in time. Adul. How was it? Was it fun? Lee Yi-Suk immediately ran to her capsule room and welcomed Ho-Young. Ho-Young had a blank expression on her face, as if she had lost her mind somewhere. Son? Son? Huh? Oh, yes. What are you bruising so much? Did something happen? Oh, no. It wasn't a big deal. Okay? Then wash your hands in the bathroom. You should eat. Okay. Ho-Young, who got up from her capsule, simply turned on her stretching and headed to the bathroom. After washing her hands and heading to the kitchen, there was a lot of food on her table as if it would break her upper legs. Mom, what have you done so much? Fufufu, it's been a while since I've shown my skills. Why don't we feed our son well? Thanks. After answering with a soft smile, Ho-Young sat down at her table and ate dinner with Lee Yi-Suk. 7. Ordo 4. As soon as dinner started, Yi-Suk Lee asked Ho-Young what she did in the game. Ho-Young answered Lee Yi-Suk's words with all sincerity. It had been a while since they had such a noisy meal, and Yi-Suk Lee was very pleased with the current situation. What she liked above all was the slight smile on the face of her son, who had always been almost expressionless. She said, "Now that I hear about my son, I think I should buy a capsule for my mother right away." Hoyoung also liked the smile on his mother's face. She couldn't speak anymore. She said she was logged out because she was shot dead by a training scarecrow. I guess I forgot about that, she said. I forgot to use the basement here. After Hoya died and disappeared as a particle of light, Moan and Kraus blamed themselves for their mistakes. The scarecrows installed in Ordo's training ground were completely different from the scarecrows in other villages. The scarecrows at the training ground in other villages just silently attack. However, the scarecrows at the Ordo village training ground counterattacked. It was also much faster and much more accurate than the current rankers. To the NPCs in Ordo, it was like a child picking up a branch that fell on the roadside and attacking it, but it wasn't like that for Hoya. They had forgotten that fact. Ugh dash. Moan gently gestured toward the broken wall where Hoya had been embedded, and the dugout wall and the pieces that had fallen off returned to their original place and restored their original shape. I'll have to try setting up the scarecrow. How many other villages should I get? Anti-force? Ho ho ho, what are you talking about? Moan slapped him on the back at Kraus' words. I'm back. Where's the new guy? At that moment, the door of the training ground slammed open and a short man came in. He had a face that showed years of age compared to his stature. Danthels? What are you doing at the training ground? Ha! It's not like there's nothing to do at the training ground. So where's the adventurer who's become a new villager? His name is Danthels. It was the maker of the sword that Hoya first saw as a decoration for the training ground. Kraus explained everything that had happened to Danthels. After hearing the explanation, Danthels clicked his tongue. You idiots. Since Hoya came, everyone but Sarivan is full of mistakes. The two kept their mouths shut at the fact violence that came in without a blink of Danthels. Danthels looked at the two of them and laughed out loud for a long time. Then it seems that there are no newcomers here, so I'm leaving. After this, I'll make a weapon for the newcomer to use. Maybe I can make one in a hurry. Thank you. The only weapon Hoya could use in this village now was the ordinary long sword that Moan had given her. It was possible to warp to another village and come to the rescue. But Danthels was proud to hand over his weapons and equipment to the villagers. Because they were all full of people who didn't have the qualifications to use Danthels' equipment. Of course, the preparation of the materials was the responsibility of the person receiving the defense, but the Hoya was just made as a service by Danthels as a welcome meaning. Because I said my level was in the early 100s. Shall I try using it after a long time? Apparently, the materials Danthels himself had were quite high-quality materials, so it was difficult to make such low-level equipment. If I wanted to make it, I could have made it, but I didn't want to do that by damaging the materials. He thought that he had to stir up Sariban for a while and get the leftovers, so he headed straight to Sariban's house. After finishing dinner, Hoyoung turned on the internet and accessed Initium's official website. Even if he was killed by the scarecrow, death was death, so he will not be able to access Initium for the next day. In the meantime, he thought of collecting information from the official website. He was trying to understand his situation to some extent, if not precisely. For the past few hours today, countless things have happened to Hoyoung that can't be ignored. At the time, it was just a passing thing, but when I think about it again, it was full of very strange things. From starting in the forest infested with level 700 monsters to the scarecrow who killed himself. No matter how much Hoyoung knew about Initium, it was absurd to think that it was normal. First, Hoyoung searched for things about Ordo in the village. The posts that appeared then consisted mainly of swear words or gossip about the village. I couldn't find any other information other than the story that if I use Ordo as the starting town, I'd die as soon as I log in. So nothing was found. If he still had him, it was simply that he entered the village without dying for some reason. I looked at the official worldview setting, but in a brief summary, there was only a story about fighting life-threatening monsters in a world with swords and magic, but there was no mention of Ordo. I gave up looking for Ordo and searched for titles. However, he had no writings or information stating that someone else had obtained the title he had. It was only natural that each title was one of the secrets that were their strength to the players. In the end, there was nothing that could be called a harvest. As I was about to stop looking for other information and go to sleep, one of the best posts suddenly came into my mind and I clicked on it. The content of the post was a separate edit of only the front part of the video of the dungeon attack. In the video, dozens of people were showing off their power and moving forward by dealing with monsters that looked like a mixture of ants and humans. Among them, there was one that stood out. He was a man with blonde hair like the sun. He was wearing a large sword confidently on his back, and whenever he swung his sword, the monsters could not withstand the power and flew through the air. The screen, which was holding only his back, gradually moved and grabbed his face. When his face was stuck in the center of the video screen, the video stopped and a message asking to pay to see the back appeared. As the video stopped playing, Hwoarang's movement also stopped. His gaze was still fixed on the video that stopped playing. Hwoarang's eyes, looking at the man's face hanging in the middle of the video, were full of complex emotions. Hwoarang turned off the internet and lay down on the bed. Somehow, it was a night that I couldn't sleep more than usual. When Hwoarang connected to the game, the place he was standing in was in front of a fountain in the center of the village, not yesterday's training ground. It ended like that yesterday, so he had a hard time choosing where to go first. Should he go to the training ground? Or should he look for Moan or Kraus? After thinking about it for a while, Hwoarang sat down at the edge of the fountain to distribute his status. Name: Hwoarang. Occupation: Villager of Ordo. Level: 116. HP: 2760/2 760 MP, 2760/2 760. Strength: 160. Agility: 160. Stamina: 160. Horsepower: 160. Holy Power: 160. Remaining points: 0. Style: smashing a rock with an egg, the villager at the edge of the earth. Skill: return to the village, the strike of the villagers. From what Hwoarang found out yesterday, the job of being a villager was nothing short of a bastard. Neither this nor that occupation was a villager. So, Hwoarang decided to stay true to its essence. Let him be the perfect bastard. When the level rises due to the title effect, the points received are also doubled, so it will be possible to cover it to some extent. There are 5 types of stats, so splitting them by 2 was just right. When Hwoarang saw the status of all the points invested, he smiled and got up. He decided to head to the training ground first. Standing at the training ground was Kraus and a little man he had never seen before. "Hello, newbie." The little man introduced himself as Dantles. However, the appearance of a man named Dantles was a little strange. He was as tall as a small child, but his body was thick and solid, and his face was tinged with years of age. "It looks like dwarf." Dwarf." Hearing Hwoarang's small murmur, Dantles responded casually and reached out to Hwoarang to shake hands. Hwoarang had no reluctance to shake his hand. Unlike the elves called Rentia, whom I saw yesterday, maybe it's because she has a form that I can't see at all in real life. I'm sorry, but I felt that he was a strange creature rather than a human being. Even so, Hwoarang's attitude toward him was not much different from that of his mother. "Hello, my name is Hwoarang. As I said before, I'm Dantles. And take this." Shaking hands with Hwoarang, he handed him the sword he was holding in one hand. "Hey. What is this?" "It's a welcome gift. Do I have to bring the ingredients next time?" Hearing Dantles' words, Hwoarang immediately checked the information on the sword that Dantles had given him with gratitude. Gigant Red Bare Bone Sword. Class: Grown Up. Attack Power: 696. Durability: 150 of 150. Attack power increases according to the wearer's level. Max limit level 250. When hitting the opponent, there's a small chance of inflicting the status abnormality, bleeding. Recovers a small amount of HP for the duration when the condition, bleeding, occurs. Ignores the opponent's defense by 10%. A sword made by the legendary blacksmith Dantles as a gift to welcome members of the new village. For him, who is still weak and grows fast, he used Moanthaltium, which he made in collaboration with the legendary wizard for a long time, to create equipment that increases his attack power as the wearer's level rises. Since the condition of the main material itself is not very good, growth is limited by using only a small amount of Moanthaltium. Were restrictions, Villager of Ordo. Overall, almost everything was a white sword. The carefully polished blade was red like blood, and a dark blue line like the night sky was drawn as if dividing the bright red blade from the pure white sword. Hoya, who checked the information on the sword, tilted his head and a question mark appeared above his head. Hey, the grade is said to be growth type. What is this? Initium's equipment grades are divided into 5 categories: normal, rare, epic, unique, and legendary. I had never heard of such a rating as the growth type. Ha! It's natural that you don't know. The only people who know about it are the people of our village. Only I can make it. It's annoying if other people other than the villagers know, so is this a secret? As he said that, Dantels's face was full of childish playfulness. For some reason, I thought it looked a little cute. 8. The Teachings of Kraus 1. Sorry yesterday. I forgot that our village's scarecrow was a little different from other villages. Since Kraus had apologized for yesterday, Hoya accepted his apology. It wasn't intentional and it was done in a good sense, so Hoya wasn't particularly angry. It was just absurd to have been killed by the scarecrow. It's never going to happen this time. I've fixed all the scarecrow settings, and I've also saved some scarecrows from other villages. Kraus' eyes were full of confidence. He led Hoya to the scarecrow. Again. After that, Hoya was able to raise the sword in front of the scarecrow only after receiving a posture correction from Kraus like the day before. However, I was happy that it was over in about 30 minutes. Even today, looking at Hoya, Kraus' expression didn't seem satisfactory. There were 2 scarecrows in front of Hoya. One was a scarecrow made of light brown straw. The other was Straw, which was a scarecrow made of black straw. The scarecrow who logged Hoya out yesterday was this black guy. Following Kraus's first words, Hoya swung his sword at the ordinary scarecrow as it was yesterday. Seeing Hoya swinging his sword towards the scarecrow, Kraus's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to fix Hoya's slightly misaligned posture right now. But because Emoen had said something yesterday, he did not open his mouth. Hoya is not your disciple. In addition to that, it seems like it's the first time I've tried holding a sword, but if I keep teaching like that forcibly, Hoya might get tired and let go of the sword altogether. Doesn't he want the same situation as his old disciple? Now, please do it in moderation, master. I am already the best sword in the country. What more are you talking about here? A lonely smile appeared on Kraus's face as he remembered what the guy had said to him as he threw the sword on the floor, who had not let go of the sword for even a moment. He was a guy who had already disappeared into history. Still, whenever he went to the country he lived in, and looked at his bloodline, he felt something piercing through his chest. Clearly, Hoya was just a resident of the same town, so Kraus had no right to forcefully transfer his skills to him. I don't know if Hoya wants it at all. It was something he had to refrain from until then. After about 5 minutes passed, Kraus saw a broken scarecrow and Hoya looking down at the scarecrow with a bewildered face with a sword in one hand. Falling down was normal. He was not a very good scarecrow because he was a guy who had to get it in a hurry. There was no way such a scarecrow could withstand the attack of an adventurer who had reached level 100 and was holding a sword with an attack power of 700. If he had taught himself how to properly use swordsmanship, he would have broken it in less than a minute. Kraus thought about it and hardened his taste. I am sorry I broke that. The scarecrows installed in each village training ground have relatively high defense and high durability. Also, it is almost impossible to destroy the scarecrow as it recovers over time. If the rancor hits the village scarecrow of the beginning, it will be possible to destroy it. However, since each training ground has a level limit, it is systemically impossible for a rancor to enter the village training ground of the beginning unless it is an event such as a war. And so far, no war-related events have ever taken place. So, until now, There have been no cases of the Scarecrow being broken. While listening to Kraus' advice, he attacked the Scarecrow. The time it takes to acquire the stats obtained by attacking the Scarecrow varies depending on how straightened the attack is. Yesterday, I just thought of a game as part of my treatment, but after watching yesterday's video, I now have a goal. I wanted to be strong. My heart was full of fear, but I still wanted to be strong. Therefore, Hoya was trying to absorb Kraus' advice as best as possible. But despite Hoya's efforts, Kraus's face did not look satisfied. Is something wrong? Did he not properly take Kraus' advice? That thought occurred to me, but Kraus was teaching Hoya as if he had drawn a line and never went beyond it. He was secretly trying to distance himself from Hoya. Parsec. After about 5 minutes passed, the Scarecrow that Hoya had struck collapsed helplessly. It had been broken. Why is this broken? Hoya screamed inwardly. Wasn't the Scarecrow never broken? Hoya knew that well because he had searched it after being attacked by the Scarecrow yesterday. As I panicked, a system message appeared. The player destroyed the training ground Scarecrow for the first time. Acquire the personal title Indomitable Will. Indomitable Will. The first to destroy the training ground Scarecrow. He overcame a wall that seemed impossible to overcome with his tenacity, mental strength, and tenacity. Title effect: upon death, revives with 1 HP left. All stats are doubled for 10 seconds after resurrecting, resetting all skill cooldowns, and inflicting all attacks as critical hits. Resurrection. A personal title. It is a unique title given only to one person who first achieves certain conditions in Initium. The effect of individual titles is superior to that of other titles because once one person obtains it, others can never obtain it. For example, a resurrection period like Indomitable Will. In addition to that, it also had a strong buff. 10 seconds is never a short time. Hoya couldn't keep her mouth shut. But she had to apologize for what she had done, so she took hold of his leash and bowed his head to Kraus. I am sorry I broke that. He must have saved it for himself, but he broke it right away. He apologized for that. Ha ha ha, well, don't worry about it because it was expected. Besides, it's not ours either. Oh, it's nothing. Not knowing what he was trying to say as Kraus interrupted the conversation, Hoya tilted his head, but Kraus turned his words and went over. By the way, it's broken, so now I'm going to use the black guy next to me, right? Flinch. He's a lot harder, so he won't break. He'll fight back like he did yesterday, but rest assured he's not as powerful and speedy as he did yesterday. Although Kraus said so, it was inevitable that he would be hesitant because he had been hit once. Kraus could feel Hoya's hesitation. So he pushed Hoya to the side slightly, pulled out his wooden sword, unknown where it came from, and swung it towards his Scarecrow. Now, is it different from yesterday? It was definitely different from yesterday. Yesterday it seemed like a movie film with the middle part cut into chunks. But today, it was an intact film that was rapidly winding down. Hoya was so surprised that he couldn't take his eyes off him. It was Kraus, not the Scarecrow. Kraus was really dealing with the Scarecrow with minimal movement. It was also deliberately moving to show Hoya well. Therefore, Hoya, who even the master of the sword did not know, could see that Kraus' sword skills were beyond the criminal's category. Suddenly, I remembered Kraus I saw in the forest yesterday. When he arrived at the village, he was always smiling as he was attacked by Renchia and being attacked by Moan, so his memory was slightly diluted. Kraus is strong. In the forest, Kraus had performed several times better than it is now. The determination was put in Hoya's eyes looking at him. He made eye contact with Kraus with a serious look, then bowed his head and said, Mr. Kraus. Huh. Teach me the sword. Properly. Kraus opened his eyes at Hoya's words and looked at him without a word. Gee, I know that you are still teaching me enough for me. But I want to receive formal teaching. I want to become stronger. There are people I want to overcome. Hoya drew courage from the depths of her heart and spoke out loud. When Kraus saw Hoya's face looking at him, he suddenly remembered the face of an old disciple. She had her eyes lit like that at first. Because he fell for that look, Kraus had given him a lesson. But it was an instant when he grew arrogant as he grew in strength. At some point, he began to be reluctant to follow Kraus' teachings. He is already the strongest sword in the country, what more do you want to say here? Kraus hesitated. There was already one history. Still, will you fall for those eyes? Will he be able to receive his teachings by keeping those eyes until the last moment in front of him? If it is a vain dream, it is better not to accept it. But the desire deep in his heart was telling him to teach him in front of him. I want to see him grow stronger by receiving his own teachings. I want to see how far my method works. Those eyes were sincerely hoping for strength. Just one more try, even if the period is the same as the first one. It will be several times, tens of times more difficult than yesterday and today. Come on, I'm making up my mind. Okay. This time, will this disciple be different? Kraus walked up to Hoya and grinned. Be prepared because it'll roll hard. The carriage has already left, so you can't get off midway. Yes. Kraus's favorability has increased significantly. Quest teaching of the legendary sword has occurred. Teaching of the legendary sword. Legendary knight, legendary sword Kraus, he was faster and more accurate than the wind. He decided to teach his sword once more. If you complete and carry on his teachings, you will wield a sword stronger than anyone else. Completion requirements. Complete all of Kraus' basic training. Success reward. Acquired the skill beginner Kraus style swordsmanship. Acquired the title heir of the legendary sword. Failure penalty. Kraus's favorability drops significantly, and you can no longer be taught by him. Are you willing to accept the quest teaching of the legendary sword? Yes, no. If the quest is rejected, Kraus's favorability may decrease. As Kraus strengthened his will, a quest was created for Hoya. Yes. Hoya naturally accepted the quest. Be strong. Let's get stronger and break free from the past. For my mother and for myself. I didn't want to cringe anymore. 9. The teachings of Kraus 2. It is difficult to close the gate of the waterway once opened, and water flows out without a break. Just like that, Hoya and Kraus after the occurrence of the quest were the same. As I continued to hang out with him, I got used to it, and Hoya's attitude towards Kraus became more comfortable as if he was dealing with his older brother. Of course, Kraus during training was a more terrifying teacher than a tiger. But in his non-training time, he was the sweetest and most playful older brother of all. It felt like Jekyll and Hyde as the cold, sharp, bloody face immediately loosened after training, and a friendly and playful smile turned into a smile. Heh 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 heh. What are you going to do if you're already sleepy? Stand up. Ugh, yes. The past 10 days have been like hell. For the past 10 days, Hoya crawled when Kraus rolled and crawled when he crawled. He didn't really roll or crawl, but his training intensity far exceeded Hoya's imagination. During the training period, if you relaxed even for a moment, an attack came immediately with Kraus's decree. He felt stronger than the pain he felt when he was first killed by the scarecrow. Nevertheless, it was surprising that Kraus kept Hoya in the precarious state just before his death. As I imagined the last 10 days of training in my head, the map of hell unfolded. Still, Kraus' training was very effective. Name Hoya. Occupation Villager of Ordo. Level 116. HP 172/3, 100 MP, 760/760. Strength 186, Agility 179. Stamina 194 horsepower, 160. Holy power 160. Remaining points 0. Style. Smashing a rock with an egg, inhabitant of the village at the edge of the earth, indomitable will. Skill. Return to the village, the strike of the villagers. Total stat increase 79. Hoya is a figure that can be obtained by raising 8 levels, but other players have to raise 16 levels to obtain it. For 10 days, Hoya had grown as if he had raised 16 levels. When the level reached 100, growth slowed down, so the difference in stats by 16 levels was huge. The higher the level, the the greater the difference according to the stats. Fighting with Kraus and playing the role of a sandbag wearing the mask of teaching was several times more effective than hitting the Scarecrow. If he had dealt with the Scarecrow, he would have suffered half and half of that amount of ascent. Go in. Yes. Kraus slammed the ground lightly and ran towards Hoya. Contrary to the light movements and sounds, Kraus was right in front of Hoya's nose. Now Kraus would hit Hoya's wrist, cut off his right calf, and then pierce his stomach. These were the attack sequences that Kraus had foretold and known for a long time. It was something that even his head could understand, but his eyes and body couldn't keep up with Kraus' movements. Only this repetition seemed to have been repeated dozens of times during the day. Even though he learned the sword movement from Kraus and was familiar with it a little, he was not able to counterattack at all. Puck! Wow! When Kraus's wooden sword pierced Hoya's abdomen, Hoya's body was lifted into the air and flew away. With the sound of Hoya rolling on the ground, Kraus announced the end of today's training. So far today. It seems a little earlier than in the morning. Agility increases by 2. Seeing the system message popping up, it seems that Kraus is right. I don't feel the realization that I've become stronger because I've been beaten up by Kraus. That doesn't change every day. However, since the stats were showing, Hoya could recognize that he was getting stronger. Heh heh. Heh heh. This is going to kill Hoya-san. Kraus. Adventurers don't die. It doesn't mean that. Wrath dash! Hoya felt a warm light envelope her with a swarm of bright lights. Healing light surrounds you. HP is restored. Hoya stretched out on the floor and looked only at the person who put heals on him. There, a slender woman with hair as white as her eyes was squatting and looking down at Hoya with a slightly sad look on her face. Go, thank you? What, it's not that difficult. She smiled at Hoya. It was a beautiful smile that could make any man, without exception, be captivated for a moment. But when Hoya saw that smile, he just smiled awkwardly and replied. Hoya jumped up and moved to the side of Kraus, putting her Kraus between her and herself. In the last 10 days she has had quite a bit of adjustment to the town. Still, it was difficult to deal with anyone other than Moan and Dantles if Kraus was not in between. Seeing Hoya like that, she puffed up her cheeks. Why do you keep running away? Hey, when did I run away? It is now. Oh no. Klaus, sandwiched between the two, just smiled. When he saw her for the first time, he had a momentary crush on her. But Hoya didn't feel it at all, so she thought it was strange. I guess I'm better than Reina and you. Right. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Kraus wrapping Hoya's shoulder and Hoya not refusing his hand, Reina felt her name unknown. She never really cared about it because she said she was popular. But she was as openly as Hoya, and she certainly had no one to distance her from her. She is the one who has been loved and recognized by everyone. However, she was worried that someone who was far away from her appeared. She is very little, but the goal of wanting to be close to him was born in her mind. But she felt that the more he tried to get closer, the farther away he felt. How did I tell you to do something like this? I remembered a friend who wasn't a friend who was talking about the contents of the book as if it was enjoyable for him. Almost in her room, she loved telling Reina the stories of books she had been reading, of any kind, at random whenever she came. Apparently, there was also a relationship between men and women in her story. It wasn't a particularly interesting story, so I spilled it, but I can't remember for sure. I wanted to visit him right away and hear what it was about again, but it was not polite to visit too often. What should I do? What should I do so he doesn't distance himself from him? He was deeply immersed in that thought, then suddenly raised his head and looked at the place where Kraus and Hoya were standing. There was nobody there. What, did you leave me alone? Brother, is it okay if I leave it alone? Maybe? Perhaps. Kraus left Reina, who had entered the imaginary world alone, and left the training ground with Hoya. Over the past 10 days, Hoya and Kraus have developed into a brother-sister relationship. It was almost a semi-forced name change by Kraus, but Hoya liked this title unlike the first. Well, during training they become perfectly strict between a teacher and a disciple rather than an older brother and a younger brother. It's okay, because I'm not the kind of guy who would be pissed off about something like that. Because I'm pissed off. As she lifted her head toward the source of the sound, Reyna stood there with an angry face. How could you just go? Ahaha, I thought it would take a long time. Kraus comforted Reyna, and Reyna continued to be sullen. It was like reading her old comics. Flinch. The two of them, who were continuing their conversation, abruptly stopped and turned their heads at the same time to look at one place. It was in the direction of the entrance to the village, the forest where Hoya first met Kraus. It's finally here. Whose turn was it this time? Since Chibin did it last time. It's just right, it's Kraus' turn. Come back soon. What? Is it my turn already? What are you talking about? As Hoya was thinking such a thought, Kraus looked at Hoya and Reyna with a mixture of a playful expression and the expression of a strict teacher. Hoo, Reyna, can you use the field now? Field? Why all of a sudden? I'll tell you the reason later, so give me an answer. It's possible because I haven't used it in years. That's right. Kraus smiled, revealing his white teeth. Hoya, this is the last basic training. The quest subspecies of the contaminated forest has occurred. Subspecies of the contaminated forest. A little far from the west gate of Ordo, the forest is the home of the Ents who have become ferocious because they have been polluted with the magic of the demon realm. In that forest full of trance, subspecies of trance that evolve due to the occasional accumulation of magic more than necessary arise. The subspecies is now born. Kraus wants to make that opponent the last of Hoya's basic training. Completion conditions: defeat the field boss monster and subspecies of the contaminated forest, 0 to 1. Success reward quest: legendary sword teaching, clear, experience. Failure penalty, none. The quest will continue until the quest is completed. Cheap. Hoya felt his body suddenly cooling down. Over there, Hyung? No, master? Just. What did you say? You have to deal with the subspecies. It wasn't that I heard Kraus wrong. No matter how much I rubbed my eyes, the quest didn't change. Is this guy sane now? Hoya genuinely had such a question. Hey, is that tainted forest the forest I know? Oh, it's the forest where you and I first met. Then. What's my level? I said 116, maybe? Does anyone who knows that well tell me to go to that forest and catch monsters? On the first day, the level of the Ents in the contaminated forest that Hoya saw was 700. It was also a very large number of monsters. They told me to go to such a forest and catch monsters. Is this person insane? I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. This person here will take care of it. Saying that, Kraus grabbed Reyna's shoulder and pulled him up in front of him. That's why you asked me if I could use the field. Yes. Don't you think it would be perfect for gaining experience? Sure. Hoya couldn't understand exactly what the two of them were talking about. What is the field and what does it mean to have good experience? Is dying to an Ent a good experience? Ha, did I not explain enough? As he was seriously thinking about it, Kraus smiled at Hoya's frozen face and gave detailed explanations. Reyna's skill field of equality. The effect of that skill creates a barrier that surrounds a certain space in the form of a dome. And only one enemy, you or one ally, can enter it. Until one of them is defeated, it is absolutely impossible to intervene from the outside, and it is impossible to come out of the barrier. It is said that the enemy's stats are balanced with the stats of those within the barrier. In the field, it will probably be about the level of the field boss of your level. The reward will be smaller as well. A skill that can forcibly reduce stats. It is said that the skill's cooldown time is about 5 months because it is a greater effect than generating a debuff without a duration throughout the battle. Well, even then, he's a field boss. Field boss monster. Field boss monsters can only be hunted when dozens of players of the same level rush at the same time. It was also limited to the rankers. But Hoya was telling me to catch it by myself. Level 100 field boss monsters are better than level 700 field boss monsters, but the difficulty is no different. Don't worry. Hoya, you're stronger than you think. Well, it's a long way from Han Chiam to follow me. Pushed by Kraus, who said that sincerely, Hoya walked into the forest. 10. End of the contaminated forest. Hey, why are you wearing that? Kraus and Reyna had their faces covered with veils made of woven leaves over their heads, just like when Hoya first met Kraus. Ents are quite brainy. Even at this level, they know that they are the same Ent and don't attack until they are attacked. It's annoying when Ents flock to the subspecies place, right? Then I don't have to turn over, do I? Is it all right for Hoya to go? He said he wasn't attacked at all in the first place? Recalling what happened on the first day, Hoya was convinced. Certainly, there had been no attack before Kraus showed his face that day. Although he had entered the forest even now, he was not attacked. It wasn't a character I made with that in mind, but I was lucky. However, it is said that the method does not work for the subspecies because the intelligence of the subspecies is about that of a child. As soon as the subspecies sees us, they will scream and gather the Ents. Be careful as the sound is quite loud, and don't worry, we will deal with the rushing Ents. After that, as we walked a little further, Kraus, who was ahead, spread his arms and stopped Hoya. At Kraus' signal, he hid behind something. He didn't know whether it was a tree or an Ent, and with his head slightly raised, he looked ahead. Standing there stood a naked boy with brown skin and long green hair that dragged him to the floor. Upon closer inspection, his brown skin looked like the bark of a tree, and his green hair was an elongated stretch of leaves, similar to the ones that Kraus and Reyna wore on their heads. At first glance, he looked slender, but Hoya could feel a chill from the boy in the distance. The presence of the field boss monster polished Treant subspecies evokes fear. The state is fear. Resisted due to the effect of the title resident of the end of the land. Was it out of condition? Looking at Kraus and Reyna, the two seemed okay. Hoya also seemed to be okay with the momentary chill he felt. Perhaps the chill that Hoya felt was not caused by an abnormal condition, but from an instinctive sense of fear from the fact that there was a monster far stronger than him in front of him. Hoya, do you remember everything I told you earlier? Yes. Okay then. Let's go! Kraus pushes Hoya on the back, causing Hoya to semi-force out of the blind spot behind the tree and run towards the tainted subspecies of Treant. At the same time, seeing that Subjong's head turned slightly toward Hoya, the enemy seemed to recognize Hoya's existence. I've already been caught, so I can't go back now. Kraus explained to Hoya in advance about the attack method of the subspecies. His stinging attack is his specialty, and be careful of the tree roots that suddenly sprout from the ground. The roots are quite tough, so once caught, it's hard to get out. Reyna knows that Hoya doesn't have her armor, so she gives him a buff that increases her armor. But the battle with the subspecies was for Hoya's training. Therefore, Kraus spoke to Reyna and put a limit on the level of defense that he raised as a buff, only to the level of wearing normal armor of the same level. Even that is better than nothing at all. Whoa! The subordinate, who turned completely toward Hoya, opened his mouth and made a low, creepy voice that it felt more like a sound wave rather than a voice. Soon after, the rustling of the surrounding trees could be heard, and Hoya reached right in front of the subspecies. God, in the name of Eve! Field of Equity! As Reyna sang, a dome-shaped wall of soft light was created around Hoya and Ajong. Skill Field of Equity has been activated. All living things are pushed out of the field except for Hoya and contaminated Ent subspecies in the field. The stat of polished Treant subspecies changes in proportion to Hoya's ability. You cannot leave the field until one side dies. Quang dash! Bang! The polluted Ents who arrived in that instant smashed the wall of the field with their stems, but the wall did not show any vibration. Subjong also noticed the strange thing that had happened to him. Perhaps that is why, after discovering Hoya, his distorted face became even more strongly distorted. A red light was emitted from the hollow part thought to be the eye, exposed to the gaze of the polluted tree. All stats, attack power, and movement speed are reduced by 30% until out of sight. Resisted due to the effect of the title resident of the end of the land. Quang dash! The sword that Hoya was holding strong was hurled at the subspecies, and a shallow cloud of dust suddenly appeared. In the place where the dust cloud had cleared, I could see Hoya holding up his sword with strength and a subspecies blocking Hoya's sword with his arm. Kaga! The ant subspecies of the tainted forest deflected Hoya's sword and slashed it. A sharp branch like an awl from the tip of the left arm of the subspecies protruded toward Hoya's open abdomen. Aiming at his feet and his left side, the roots of trees were sprouting up from the ground. He avoided the tree roots that sprouted from under his feet by sprinting. At the same time, while kicking the soaring root of the tree, he retreated back and avoided the arm of the subspecies that was digging into his abdomen, and drew the sword that had been struck straight down, twisting the direction of the root of the tree that was coming in, aiming at his left side. It all happened in an instant. However, compared to Kraus, it was like a baby who had just begun to walk. Hoya's eyes, who had battled with Kraus for 10 days, developed the power to chase faster things with his eyes. There were attacks that could not be avoided or skipped because the stats did not support it. However, there was no difficulty in figuring out the direction of the attack and avoiding it by moving the body with minimal damage. Suddenly, Hoya remembered what Kraus had said to him. Hoya, because you are much stronger than you think. Up until now, he had only been beaten by Kraus every day, so he didn't feel it, but Hoya was strong enough. Only the stats were low, but even compared to the rankers, he was showing movement and judgment ability that would never easily be defeated. Outside the field, Kraus and Reyna were looking at Hoya like that with happy smiles. I'm glad. To be honest, I was a little worried. Spatula. Reyna swung her sword. Then, the end of the polluted forest, the size of which would be breathtaking even if 5 adult males spread their arms around them, disappeared as grains of light, revealing their annual rings. If you lose to that level, your teaching is not worth it. Blue light gathered on Kraus's sword, and Kraus swung it like lightning. The blue light on the sword bent like a bow and flew to several entren in the polluted forest in front of them, cutting them all in half. The two were doing such things as if nothing was wrong, as if they were used to it. It looked like it was picking up weeds in the yard. It wasn't wrong. The village was their home and the forest was their front yard. They were peaceful compared to Hoya, who wields a sword. The tragedy that happened was worse for Kraus and Reyna than for Hoya, though. Whoa dash! When the subjong made a loud sound wave, the roots of the trees came up from the ground around the subjong without a gap and hurled themselves at Hoya like a bullet. Since it is a simple attack aimed at one point, you may feel that it will be easy to dodge. However, since it was like a huge drill with dozens of tree roots, the area of the attack was wider and larger than any other attack so far. A huge amount of dust rose around the place where Hoya was standing. And bang dash! You cannot leave the field until one side dies. You cannot leave the field until one side dies. You cannot leave the field until one side dies. Vertical ellipsis. Hoya's body bounced off the dust cloud and crashed into the wall of the field. Keeping your body in contact with the wall was constantly generating messages saying you couldn't get out of the field. Hoya exhaled steeply and checked the HP gauge floating above the subspecies' head. The subspecies' HP was slashed with only about 3/4 of the attack over several tens of minutes. I don't know for sure, but it seemed like an hour had passed. Hoya's HP was already on the verge of hitting bottom. If he was attacked even once in the future, he would be immediately declared dead. It was truly a crisis situation. Reyna reached out her hand to give him her heal. But Kraus stopped her hand. No, Reyna. But if we can't do it this time, we'll have to wait another 5 months. Look at Hoya. Hoya stood up with his sword as a staff. Do you see that through the eyes of a guy looking for help? Even as he woke up using his sword as a staff, Hoya's eyes were fixed on the servant in the distance in front of him. His eyes looking at the subspecies were shining with a desire for strength. They didn't pay any attention to the existence of Kraus and Reyna, who had almost come close to the outside of the field. He was only concentrating on the enemy. Reyna, who checked Hoya's eyes, quietly lowered her hand. Although he was very worried, His eyes were not those of a person who had given up without a way anymore. He seemed to have a corner to believe in something. In fact, Hoya had a corner to believe. He had never used it in real life, but he had shown quite a bit of power in practice. For maximum efficiency, he continued to swing his sword until he was close to cutting his stamina. Now is the time to use the corner he believes in. Ride it! As Hoya got up and ran forward, tree roots came out aiming for Hoya. Hoya was barely avoiding the tree roots that were flying towards him by almost a single paper difference. Whoa! As his own attacks all missed, the angry Sabel snarled. Then, more tree roots sprouted up than before, but at that moment, Hoya had already reached the front of the Subjang and was wielding his sword. Then Hoya shouted loudly. A villager's blow! Hoya's only attack skill for villagers exploded on the Ent subspecies of the tainted forest. Ah dash! There was a roar of a completely different size than before, and dust rose, and the impact shook even the branches outside the field. In the place where the dust cloud had cleared, a subspecies that had been slashed and split with 2/5 of their HP were staggering from the impact. In front of the grand subspecies, Hoya, who had been pierced by the roots of a tree, was drooping with his body pierced. Hoya's HP, which was on the verge of hitting the floor, decreased in an instant. Seeing Hoya's condition, Subjang smiled at the thought that he had won and retrieved the tree's roots. Hoya's body seemed to collapse from his knees as the roots of the tree fell from his body. Hoya-san! Reina shouted. She, too, should have walked in heels then. She thought so and was sad. Right then. The effect of the title Indomitable Will is activated. Immediately revives while recovering 1 HP. All stats are doubled for 10 seconds, and all attacks are applied as critical hits. The cooldown of all skills has been reset. Hoya's body, which had been collapsing, stood upright, and he muttered softly. A villager's blow. Dash. There was a louder roar and a cloud of dust than before. 11. Depart. Into Initium. As the dust cloud lifted, I saw Hoya standing tall and holding her breath, and a subspecies that had just turned into grains of light and disappeared. Defeated the field boss monster and subspecies of the contaminated forest. Level has risen. Level has risen. Level has risen. Level has risen. Vertical ellipsis. I'm glad it worked out the way I thought it would. As Hoya collapsed on the floor, Kraus and Reina came up to him. Good job, Hoya. Ah, young. No, master. Thank you. Good job. Hoya-san. Ah. To Reina's words, Hoya answered with a tired smile on her face. Thank you, Mr. Reina. I wouldn't have been able to do it if Reina hadn't helped. Critical hit. Reina felt a pain in her chest she had never felt before. Why are you doing this? It was a feeling she had never felt before. As she looked at the man in front of her, her protective instincts boiled over for some reason. Hey there. Won't you just call me Nuna? Yes? Hoya's face hardened awkwardly as Reina spit her words out without filtering with a moment's desire. Ah ha ha. Ha ha. After all, it can't be, right? Hoya mustered up the courage. Sister. Hoya said softly, very softly. He was kind of a token of appreciation for Reina for helping him, but he wasn't confident enough to speak out loud. But how did she hear it again? Reina lit her eyes and pushed her face to Hoya. Yes? What did you just say? One more time, please! Reina's favorability has increased. As Hoya ran back, Reina continued to push her face close to her. In the end, Hoya immediately hid behind Kraus. Klaus, who was caught between the two, scratched his cheek and spoke as if he was embarrassed. Hey, shall we go back to the village before the Ents rush in? Oh, that's right. It's moving fast. Hoya is picking up items. At Kraus' words, Hoya picked up a bark-like thing that had fallen on the spot where the subspecies had died and followed them. At the time Hoya was following Kraus and Reina back to the village, a small commotion was taking place in a broadcasting station's office in reality. One of SBC's main programs start. Into Initium. It has been over 2 months since the program aired. However, despite being aired at the same time as weekend entertainment programs with a large number of fixed viewers, it is a program that is playing a significant role in SBC's first broadcast ratings of 12.7% and settled in the 20% range. SBC's departure. Into Intium Team's youngest writer, Lee Soo-ah, sat in her seat and kept pressing the refresh button of Initium's ranking list. Click, click. All preparations for today's interview have been completed. So, there was no work left for her today, except that later she went to meet her partner at the appointed time. Start. Into Intium Team's office is also equipped with 2 capsules for access. So, rather than going to one's house an hour away from the broadcasting station or going to a capsule room where you don't know if there will be a seat, it is better to connect directly to the capsule in the office, finish the interview, organize the interview, and then go home to work. It was best. Therefore, the time in the middle was blown away, and she was chasing her fantasy that she had momentarily seen about 2 weeks ago. She said, It was a really great material. About 2 weeks ago, during a short break in the middle of her work, as usual, she browsed Initium's official website and headed to her ranking list. The stories of the rankers were the best material for the program. People were passionate about showing the rankers hunting scenes for even a moment, or winning an interview. Therefore, as the youngest, her main job was to find a plausible person in the ranking list, determine their popularity, and report it to the main PD, inquire about the ranker's location, or find out contact information and hold an interview. But on that day, there was no one who felt anything like this. Already famous rankers were in the process of being recruited or rejected. Some of them were taken away by Initium-related programs from other broadcasting stations that were created to contain SBC's uptrend. I blankly looked down the ranking list and finally reached the very end. There is nothing to dry. As she was thinking about it, the nickname of a user at the end of the ranking list came into her eyes. #4996 Level 116 Hoya. The reason why she stopped at the bottom of her ranking, which immediately fell out when she saw a gap. It was because there was no job mark next to the user's nickname. There are 3 main things that Initium's ranking list shows. It was the nickname, level, and job mark of the person who put his name on the ranking. A large sword for a warrior, a shield and one-handed sword for a knight, a large hammer for a blacksmith, a cross for a priest, a round vial for an alchemist, a dagger for a rogue, etc. Although it did not tell the exact occupation of the ranker, there was a mark of a simple picture hanging next to the name that could tell what type of occupation it was. However, there was no mark next to the user's nickname, Hoya. What? Why not? No way. You haven't changed jobs yet? That thought ran through her mind. If that's true, then this was great stuff. Although it is the end of the lowest 5,000 people in the ranking, the number of capsules sold so far has exceeded a whopping 10 million units. Even now, capsule production lines around the world are running rapidly, but the supply is not keeping up with the demand. Of the 10 million Initium players, the top 5,000, or in percentage terms, only 0.05% can become a ranker. As time goes by, the more capsules you supply, the more difficult it will be to get your name on the rankings. However, a person who had not even changed his job entered the 0.05%. If this isn't great material, what is it? A man who made a name for himself in the rankings without a job change. What is his identity and secret? No, could she be her? He was a subtitle that drew people's attention even when he thought about it. This should be reported right away. With that in mind, she took off her bud and headed straight to the seat of the main PD, Park Bang-suk. PD Nim. Surprise! Did I tell you to show up and go? Park Bang-suk, who was watching from her seat, was startled by Lee Soo-ah, who spoke loudly with her face sticking out from behind her own monitor, and rolled the wheel of the chair back behind her. At the sound of Soo-ah Lee's loud voice, the people in her office looked at her for a moment, but it didn't take a day or 2 for her to act like that, so they immediately turned their heads again and focused on what they were doing. I'll try my best next time. Don't try, do it! So what's the point? I've been looking for a great broadcast material. Awesome material. Park Bang-suk's reaction was lukewarm. My time is expensive? Just don't do it. Soo-ah started telling Park Bang-suk what she had just discovered. About a person who did not change jobs and made a name for it in the rankings. But even when he heard the story, Park Bang-suk's reaction was only somber. Click, click. Not? Yes? Bang-suk Park, who heard Lee Soo-ah's words, checked Initium's ranking table on his computer, but the nickname Hoya was not in his ranking list. Embarrassed by Park Bang-suk's words, Lee Soo-ah moved to the back of Park Bang-suk, lifted her head, and checked her ranking table. 4,996 level 117 Fire Fist. Really wasn't. I checked the ranking below and also checked the top, but it was not really there. Hey, I can't do this. It really was. Haha, the youngest. As you said, it was real. So what are you going to do? Yes? How are you going to find that user? That. There was no way to find the person with only the nickname. Whisper was only possible when there was a character in front of you or was added to your friend list. Adding a friend was possible only when the other person's character was in front of you. There is currently no way to find him. If you're a famous ranker, you can find out by word of mouth, but isn't the person you're talking about a complete rookie? If what you said is true, it's a big hit, but for now, it's just a fictional character. Okay. Now, 2 weeks have passed since that happened. Lee Soo-ah was able to find the nickname Hoya in the ranking list once again. 4,307 level 129 Hoya. Startled, she shuddered from her seat with a loud rattling noise, but she quietly sat back down in the gaze of those around her. Come. It's finally here. The jackpot is back. Something caught in her sight as she was so happy. House. A house-shaped mark was drawn next to Hoya's nickname. Did you change jobs in the meantime? What kind of job was the house-shaped mark? Lee Soo-ah's face, as she rolled her head to pull out what it was in her memory, turned to contemplation, and then her flower bloomed again. 3 My God! If it's a house, you're a villager. Is this guy crazy? Wait, is this going to be okay? Villager. It was the weakest job among the weak jobs. I entered the rankings with such a job. There was a high probability that it would flash and lose for a while, but it was enough to be a topic of discussion. Soo-ah immediately went to Bang-suk Park and reported the incident. It really exists. It's good enough as a material. So, how are you going to find it? At Park Bang-suk's words, Lee Soo-ah bit her mouth. She was there because she didn't think of it at all. At a time like this, prepare thoroughly for Daehoon's interview. Do you know how hard it was to get an interview with that person? Lee Soo-ah prepared for her interview right away without saying a word. Even if you can't really do it, it's a hit material. It was a pity, but now it was just a picture cake. After accessing Initium, she headed to the promised place. Let's see. I think it was around here. Over there? When she entered a small cafe with stone walls, there were several rooms lined up with partitions. She told the staff the name of the person making the reservation and entered the room where she was guided. In the room, a handsome man with sun-like blonde hair was sitting in a chair, a little vague to be called a handsome man. I should have come first, I'm sorry, Lee Dae-hyun. It's still before the appointment time, well. I've just arrived. And since it's in the game, please call me by my nickname Airman. Yes, Mr. Airman. Then we will start the interview right away. Lee Soo-ah, who set the filming screen towards her smiling warmly, immediately started the interview based on her pre-prepared questionnaire. Mr. Airman, about the process of clearing the dungeon and the human ant cave that was successfully cleared a while ago, many people say that without Mr. Airman, he would not have been able to clear it. What do you think about this? Haha, if it hadn't been for all the guild members, I wouldn't have been able to clear it. Without me, our guild members would have definitely succeeded in clearing it. I think so I think the evaluation given to me right now is overdone. Airman laughed softly. It's like a ray of sunlight coming through the clouds. With his smile, Li Suo felt healed. After that, the interview continued without any noise. 12. To a new village 1. You have cleared the quest subspecies of the contaminated forest. Experience increases. Level has risen. You have cleared the quest teaching of the legendary sword. Acquire the skill Beginner Kraus Style Swordsmanship. Acquire the title Heir of the legendary sword. On the way back to town. After checking his system messages, Hoya also checked his status. Name Hoya. Occupation Villager of Ordo. Level 129. HP 3 230/3 230 MP 2760/2760. Strength 186 Agility 179. Stamina 194 Horsepower 160. Holy Power 160. Remaining points 130. Style. Smashing a rock with an egg, inhabitant of the village at the edge of the earth, indomitable will, successor of the legendary sword. Skill. Return to the village strike, Beginner Kraus Style Swordsmanship. Field Boss Monster. The level of Hoya's level has risen by 13 thanks to the concentration of the Ent subspecies of the contaminated forest only on Hoya and the experience of clearing the quest. Hoya checked his title and skills after distributing the remaining points by 26 for each stat. Heir of the legendary sword. A person who was taught by the legendary knight Kraus. Your sword will be stronger than anyone else. Title effect. Increases attack power by 20% when using a sword. The title effect is strengthened as the proficiency of the skill Kraus Style Swordsmanship increases. Beginner Kraus Style Swordsmanship. Proficiency 0%. This is the original swordsmanship of the legendary knight Kraus. His sword was more accurate and more powerful than anyone, and quicker than anyone else. When you reach intermediate, you will get chapters 4 and 5. Chapter 1 Bow Slash. After concentrating the magic power on the sword, swing it strong and shoot it forward. The attack power varies depending on the amount of MP used, and it deals fixed damage equal to 120% of the attack power. MP used 100. Cooldown 30 minutes. Chapter 2 Thorn Tree. Fires a powerful and continuous sword forward. The amount of MP used varies depending on the number of stabs, and you can stab up to 5 times with 110% attack power, and 10% of the attack power is accumulated for each stab. MP used 100 per stab, up to 500. Cooldown 10 minutes. Chapter 3 Expedited. Move quickly up to 3M from your position. If you have not moved all 3M, you can move as much as the distance you did not move within 10 seconds after casting the skill. When you use a skill to attack an enemy while moving, you deal 120% of your attack. MP used 300. Cooldown 10 minutes. It was a reward that was full of satisfaction and not satisfactory. And one thing caught Hoya's eye. The legendary knight. Skill was calling Kraus that way. Hoya was concerned about it. It certainly seemed that Kraus' swordsmanship skills were not lacking enough to be called a legend. But it was unlikely that the legendary knight would be playing a rather prank on the woman next to him without hesitation, wearing one of his leather breastplates and a leaf on his head. With the full plate wrapped around his body, he puts his sword on the ground, waving his cloak and looking at the world with a solemn expression. The legendary knight Hoya envisioned was like that. Klaus Young, are you a legendary knight? Huh. By the way. When Hoya asked a question, Kraus replied plainly as if it was nothing. He said that too, and the system called it that way, so Kraus would be a legendary knight. Come to think of it, the name of the quest was Teaching of the Legendary Sword. When I think about it, the word legend seems to have come up a lot until now. Could it be that he has built a relationship with a great man and his brother? Thinking like that, one more thing came to mind, and Hoya looked at the sword he was holding. One of the sword's descriptions. This sword was made by the legendary blacksmith Dantles as a gift to welcome the members of the new village. The legendary blacksmith Dantles. Is Dantel-san also a legend? He's a legendary blacksmith. Again, Kraus replied as if nothing. With such a casual answer, Hoya got the feeling that his common sense was strange. Ha ha ha, then maybe Reina-san. Sister. Yes. Does your sister even become a saint? No. Since she couldn't even say she was a sister, Hoya tried to compromise herself as a sister. Reina responded to Hoya's joke with a bright smile, whether she was satisfied with it. Hoya replied, I guess that's right. As I was thinking about it, Reina continued to say great things. I'm a paladin. Legendary paladin. The saints are apart. Didn't you see me wielding a sword earlier? Why are they all legends? Legendary people who are level 700 field monsters and hunt those monsters casually. Hoya realized again that he had made a great village the village of his beginning. I was doing such a fun thing while I was away from town. Shame on me. Moan, who showed her face after almost 2 weeks, spoke to Kraus and Hoya with an angry face. Her cheeks were inflated as if the wind would blow if she pricked them with her fingers. It was Moan's reaction after learning from them that Hoya had learned swordsmanship from Kraus over the past hour. Ha! The first one to catch is Inja. Then learn from me too, Hoya. TTTTTT, you can't force it like that. I was taught by Hoya directly. Kraus hugged Hoya tightly with both arms like a cicada clinging to a tree, and Moan glared at him with a frown on his forehead. Hoya, caught by Kraus, didn't know what to do and just let out an awkward laugh. He choked slightly, but he couldn't get out. Ugh! Hoya, aren't you interested in magic? Quest teaching of the legendary wizard has occurred. Teaching of the legendary wizard. The legendary magician, the world's only magician without a chant, Moan was smarter than anyone else. She is envious of what Kraus did while she was away from town. She wants you to get her own teaching. If she completes her teachings and carries on, you will unleash magic stronger than anyone else. Completion requirements: complete all Moan's basic lessons. Success reward: acquire the skill legendary Moan's magical technique, and acquire the title heir of legendary magic. Her failure penalty: Mon's favorability drops sharply, and she can no longer receive her teachings from her. Are you willing to accept the quest teaching of the legendary wizard? Yes, no. If the quest is rejected, the favorability of her mother may decrease. Mon looked at Hoya. Her eyes lit up. Hoya felt as if light had flowed out of her eyes and she was shooting at her. Ugh, it was a difficult situation to refuse. Where is that? Mayor! Hoya, don't fall for that look. Klaus, you be quiet. Mon swung her finger, and Kraus' voice disappeared. Seeing Kraus' mouth moving, he looked as if he was saying something, but no sound came out. Huh! What are you going to do? Lantern, lantern. Mon lit her eyes and held Hoya's hands tightly and spoke. Hoya lost that gaze and accepted her quest, because becoming stronger was also Hoya's goal now. Kraus was briefly depressed at Hoya's approval, but immediately brushed it off and approached Mon and started negotiating Hoya's teaching time. You've already passed on your skills, so yield to me. It's 7-3. I'm 7. It's not all over just because I've been taught the skills. 5-5. It should be fair. Yeah, I was heartbroken. 6-4. The leaves you brought out today belong to Renchia, right? Does Renchia know about that? Ugh. Yeah, 6-4. Hoya also wanted to know what the two of them were doing, leaving them alone. From the next day, Mon's magic education and Kraus' swordsmanship training were repeated. Both wanted Hoya to learn more of his own skills than his opponents for a limited time. Therefore, education and training followed almost the Spartan style. In the end, Hoya succeeded in learning Mon's magic technique in 7 days, and the proficiency of beginner Kraus-style swordsmanship was 63%. After that, training and classes continued, so more than 2 weeks passed. Son, is there anything difficult lately? Because of that, when she came out of the capsule, when she saw Ho-young drooping, Yi-suk Lee was worried and asked her young words, but Ho-young had no choice but to smile and pass it on. Her real body wasn't moving, but it was because Hoyoung's face was a little dark because of her physical and mental fatigue from being in her capsule for a long time. She said Hoyoung hadn't worried about Lee Yisuk. In the end, Hoya gave Kraus and Moon an excuse, not an excuse to have more experiences, and told them that she wanted to go to another village or another country. Thanks to their acceptance of Hoya's words, Hoya was able to move to another area within a month of starting the game. But the day Hoya decided to leave the village and head to a new place, Hoya had one problem. There's no way out. Outside the village, monsters like Ents in the forest are infested. So there was no way for Hoya to get out on his own. While contemplating, Hoya remembered Moon from the past, disappearing from his sight in an instant and reappearing with a sword. I heard it must have been obtained from another village. There, she is a legendary wizard, so she should be able to warp. Hoya went to find Hermione and asked if she could let her warp her. When Hermione heard Hoya's words and peeled her own head with her fists, Leader and I put on her cute expression. I forgot that. Okay, I'll send it to you. But where are you going? She had no idea where she was going. Her troubled Hoya asked Hermione if she could send her to a nearby village where there was a monster that matched her level. It was a question I asked because perhaps she would have known that much information about her. Then I'll send you to Lifhorn. Maybe that's the best place. The city of steel, Lifhorn. A holy place for all blacksmiths. There, smoke rises from the chimneys day and night, so the sky is all gray. Among the mines located outside the city, there are places where you can mine a mithril with a low probability, so many blacksmiths and many people in some crafting professions visit. Located in the center of a vast rocky area, there were monsters at a level that Hoya could catch around the city. Thanks to the scenery that could never be called beautiful, the number of players was small compared to other villages, but there were many places where they could hunt monsters. 13. To a new village too. Hold on tight. Hoya agreed that Moon would send him to Ferorn. Hermione made the excuse of doing her warp and grabbed Hoya's hand. It was true that wizards, especially among the high-level wizards, who possessed warp skills needed physical contact in order to use them with others other than themselves. But the touch was enough just to put a hand on his shoulder. It was true that Moon, the legendary wizard, didn't really need such contact, but Hoya couldn't possibly have known about it. When the light subsided after the light wrapped around Hoya, he and Moon were standing in a rare alleyway between the brick houses. He looked up at the sky and saw gray clouds. Then I'll go. I come back to town often. I'll send you back every time I come. Moon disappeared from Hoya's eyes in an instant. Hoya looked back. Moon had informed me that if I went ahead and left the alley, it was right near the entrance of Lifhorn. And there must be a lot of NPCs like Kraus and Moon, as well as players like Hoya. Can I be casual among them? I've gotten to know the people of the village to some extent, so it'll be fine. Hoya thought so and stepped out of his alley. One party member in the ruins of the giant golem dungeon. We are looking for one. We have one tank, one dealer, and one assistant. Please. Don't you look so desperate? Is there really a combat player without a party in a place like this? If you don't like it, you have to convince a blacksmith who is strong enough to take him away. Passers-by glanced at the man who was shouting with his hands over his mouth, but no one approached him. The girls next to him wanted to get away from him right now because the man was embarrassing. But that couldn't be the case, so I lowered the robe's hat and helmet as much as possible to cover the reddened face. These three were so-called close friends, even in real life. So I couldn't run away. If he had run away now, it would have been obvious what he would say in real life. There was also a reason that her reason for going to the dungeon was because of her wearing her robe. The material item she wanted, Giant Golem's core, was an item that was dropped from the boss monster of the Giant Golem in the ruins. However, the drop rate of this Giant Golem's core varies depending on the number of people entering the dungeon. The drop rate when the minimum number of participants was 4 people was 7%, and when the maximum number of people was 10 people, the drop rate was only 1.2%. In order to raise the drop rate as much as possible and claim ownership of the item, they were looking for only one party member. But that single party member was not saved. In this city called Reforn, it was difficult to find a solo combat player without a party due to the nature of the surrounding environment. Everyone who comes to Fortune to hunt monsters prefers to come on foot to save money and gain experience, so basically, when they come here, they have a party. Therefore, the probability of having a combat soloist was very low. It's not that there aren't any, but I don't see solos these days. Even so, the drop rate is lowered to just bring in another party, and it becomes difficult to claim ownership of the item. These three were confident that they had the power to clear the dungeon, although it would take them a long time. So, when I was in the car, I was thinking of hiring a blacksmith who is classified as a non-combatant for the first time. Hamana, let's just take a blacksmith in moderation. Aha, in the game, I should call him King. Yes, yes. So the King? Bring a blacksmith, right? Really want to do that. As Haman, no, King was giving up, a player came into his gaze. The green-haired player was wearing mediocre gear, the armor itself was average among players in this town. However, he noticed the bark-like mask he was wearing on his poisonous face, and the sword he had on his waist. Minimum epic. To have an item that you have never heard of even as a rumor so far means that you have worked hard to obtain the item. In other words, the player in front of him is going to fight well, thought King. There the player was alone. This meant that he would be good at fighting enough to come here alone. Hello? Exclamation point. With that thought, King sprinted to the very player and blocked his way. He flinched at the sudden appearance of King. Are you single? Something is said to be a sign of affirmation. If you have time right now, why don't you just go back to the dungeon with us? Widely. When King clasped his hands tightly with both hands and begged with eager eyes, he waved them away. King was taken aback by his actions. It was the first time that the attack of his eyes did not work. The person in front of him also felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry all of a sudden. But please listen to me. I'm sorry too. He has been quietly apologizing to King for shoving his hand away. King felt hope there and asked him once again. Can't we return just one dungeon together? I'll prioritize the contribution level when setting the item distribution. Do you have any work? I don't have a job. Then let's go together. There, both of you. We've finally found someone. It was a pity for him, but King called his party members without hearing all of his answers. The girls who approached the King also looked at the green-haired player and nodded in agreement. It won't be a burden. Please take care of me for a while. Sorry for taking your time. They were very kind to him. Although his eyes were covered with a mask, his handsomeness was flowing from him. The equipment is in good condition, so it won't be a burden. So what did you say about your job? You didn't ask? Pressing her forehead at King's words, she patted King's side and asked him. Didn't you even get a job? I'm so, sorry for looking ugly. What's your job? I'm Muron the Knight, this is Pion the Priest, and that ugly guy is the tank-side warrior King. Yes? Muron nodded, not hearing his little voice, and he spoke again. A villager. At his words, Muron lost her words. The weakest villager? This person? Nonsense. Outwardly, the man in front of him was no less than a combat player. Lee, what's your level? Still, it was said that if he came here, it would be enough to hunt field monsters. Villagers who are not in the production line have nothing to come here other than that. No, maybe it's a villager who learned the crafting technique? It was a job where the villagers themselves could learn crafting skills if they put in effort, so I had that thought. Still, the equipment is like that, so there are some combat skills, right? With that thought in mind, Muron asked him about his level. Come to think of it, I didn't even hear the nickname. What's your nickname and level? My nickname is Hoya. 129. At Hoya's words, the three of them widened their eyes in surprise. They had a higher level than them. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll pass. A group of players passed in front of Hoya as he left the alley. Even after they passed, Hoya did not move from her seat. I thought it would be okay. He thought that as he got closer to the villagers in the village, his phobia had improved. But it seemed that wasn't the case. When I thought that the people in front of me were real people, my body stiffened for a moment, my heart raced at a fast pace, and my mind went blank. Oh no. Players are no different from Kraus or Moan. These are not people, they are just game data. No, the person was right. Hoya struggled to persuade herself like that. Even if they were real people, they were just game data made up of zeros and ones here. It doesn't do any harm to me in reality. As soon as I put it in my head like that, I felt better. That was then. Hello? Exclamation point. A man snapped in front of Hoya, and his eyes lit up. He was a man with an appearance that slapped celebrities on the cheek. Initium was unable to customize the character except for color change, so that face is probably the real face. Hoya herself was the owner of the appearance of punching a celebrity without being able to slap him on the cheek. But he had long forgotten that fact after not leaving the house for a long time. Are you single? The man had been asking a question, so Hoya tried to answer, but his mouth didn't come off easily. He thought he was fine with his head, but his body didn't seem to do it yet. Something is said to be a sign of affirmation. If you have time right now, why don't you just go back to the dungeon with us? The man didn't even listen to Hoya's answer and started moving on with the story. Something is said to be a sign of affirmation. What's wrong with you? As the man's words reminded him of painful old memories and he was immersed in thought, the man grabbed Hoya's hand as if pleading with him. Hoya, who unwittingly shook off such a man's hand, was perplexed. At first he had promised Kraus that he would never do it again, but his body moved before his head gave the order. Hoya also apologized to him since the man's side had apologized first. Can't we return just one dungeon together? I'll prioritize the contribution level when setting the item distribution. Do you have any work? I don't have a job. Then let's go together. There, both of you. We've finally found someone. Entering the dungeon as a party was a good thing for Hoya as well. He had to get used to people, and he didn't seem to do the same thing as before. However, Hoya hesitated for a moment, as he knew how his job was treated by players. Meanwhile, a man called his party members to the place where Hoya was. It was a cold-eyed woman with a helmet over her head and a woman with a robe. The peculiar thing was that the type of equipment she wore was different, and a white tiger was drawn on her left chest. I felt like I had seen that tiger somewhere, but I couldn't think of Hoya. Hoya answered because Muran, a woman wearing a helmet, first revealed their occupation and nickname and asked about Hoya's occupation. Yes? A villager. Hoya looked at his words, his eyes paused for a moment under his helmet. Also, he thought it was coming. There was no reason for a well-planned party to take the villagers along. However, Muran asked Hoya for his level and nickname without showing any expression other than his momentarily paused eyes, so Hoya gave an obedient answer. My nickname is Hoya. 129. Among the three who were surprised by Hoya's words, a woman named Pion waved her hand back and forth in the air. It's probably manipulating the system window. Initium was able to access the internet only on the official website within the game. Gee, it's true. He's really 129 and his job is also from a villager. I think I checked the ranking list on the homepage. There was an added curiosity in their eyes as they looked at Hoya. 14. Ruins Giant Golem 1. An old and huge gate located in the wall between the rocks after walking for 30 minutes from Lithorn. That was the entrance to the dungeon Giant Golem of the ruins. In front of them were full of parties aiming for experience, or items. As I entered the dungeon, I was standing in an old, wide hallway with signs of age on the walls and pillars. Now we will go down one floor at a time. Now it has 3 floors above the ground and there are 2 underground floors. You have to catch all the monsters on that floor to get down to the lower floors, so you'll have to run hard before the access time runs out. Before entering the dungeon, Hoya's position was a dealer. He wasn't expecting a strong deal because he was a villager. He just entered the dealership because he was too vague to put him as an assistant or tank. Their explanation was that if the king dragged the monsters aggro, he would jump out from behind him and attack the enemy, being careful not to bounce the aggro. Well, since he's a villager, he won't be able to attack as much as aggro, but he's given a formal explanation. As King took a few steps ahead, the 3-meter-tall statue standing on one wall made a heavy sound and moved slowly. Compared to the body that moved slowly, the head, which turned quickly in an instant, was looking at the party. The stone statues immediately approached the party with heavy footsteps. A warrior's roar! An iron wall! The king, who firmly fixed the shield he was holding in front of his body, used the aggro skill, the warrior's roar, and the iron wall, a skill that raises the defense. Boom, bang, 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 quang dash! The stone statues moving slowly approached with accelerating little by little and plunged themselves into the king's shield. Although the HP gauge displayed on King's head was reduced by a quarter of the head butting of the stone statues, Payan immediately put in a heal to restore his stamina. Because the player holding the party was attacked, the battle decision was recognized by the 3 behind them, and information about the monster could be checked. Old Golem in the Ruins. Level 122. Old Golem in the Ruins. Level 125. Vertical ellipsis. Only the name and level were displayed, but that alone was enough to predict. Are we supposed to catch at least 7 minutes per animal? As Muron had expected that, the king signaled. Now! Upon receiving the king's signal, Muron grabbed his sword and turned around like a flowing stream from behind the king, protruding and slashing one of the golem's arms that first struck him. Thanks to that, no damage that would have gone to the king went into it. 2-step stab. Kagam, Kang! Muron tried to attack using a skill, but only a large scratch was engraved on the golem. The HP gauge floating above his head didn't decrease much either. He also had high defense and looked like a golem who was a thug. However, Hoya's attack, which should have appeared after him, did not appear at all. With eyes slightly annoyed by that, Muron continued his attack, turning his gaze to the back of King's back for a brief moment. Again, Hoya was still behind the king. But the look Hoya was showing her wasn't enough to make her annoyed. Ping ping peeking dash. Around Hoya, there were 3 blue-colored windows that were about 1 meter high. Spear. As Hoya said that, the blue spears were each pierced by the 3 golems that were pounding hard on the king's shield, and exploded with a tremendous roar. Bang! 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 Quagga River! At the place where the dust cloud created by the explosion had been removed, the 3 golems had already disappeared as grains of light. All I could see was the golems coming out to fill the void of the missing golems. The 3 were momentarily speechless. King was instantly distracted and almost thrown out of his mind even though he was a tank. There was a satisfied expression on Hoya's face, but his face, which was covered with a mask, could only be seen by them with slightly raised lips. Blue window. It was one of the magic tricks learned from Mon. Method 2 Sphere. Creates a 1m size spear of magical power and fires it at the enemy. Magical properties change depending on the properties you have. MP consumption varies depending on the number of windows you create, and you can create up to 3 windows. Each spear has 150% ATK of ATK and explodes, dealing additional damage equal to 70% of ATK. It takes 2 seconds to create a single spear. Ignores 30% of magic defense. MP used, 400. Maximum MP usage 1200. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The gaze of the dead tree recognizes the enemy. All enemies' status, attack power, and movement speed are reduced by 15% until they are out of sight. It was a message that appeared to Hoya as the stone statues that were standing still and the golems moved. This was the power of the bark that Hoya was wearing after hunting the Ent subspecies of the polluted forest, and the mask he was wearing now. Gaze of a dead tree. Class Unique. Durability 100/100. When a person recognized as an enemy enters the field of vision, a debuff that reduces all status, attack power, and movement speed by 15% is applied, and is automatically removed when the opponent is out of sight. An item left behind by the death of the Ent subspecies of the contaminated forest and the forest contaminated by magi. The power of the Ent subspecies of the tainted forest remains weak. Were restrictions, those who defeated the Ent subspecies of the contaminated forest. It was an item left behind by the Ent subspecies of the contaminated forest, which was defeated as part of Krause's last basic training test. It was a very good item that conditionally applied a semi-permanent debuff. Before long, the stone statues standing in front of the wall moved. Since the position had been set in advance, Hoya waited for King to send a signal, and when he gave the signal, he developed the spear he learned from Moan. In the village, the effect could only be confirmed against the scarecrow, so there was a desire to check how powerful the monsters of the same level were. The result was beyond expectations. It was a natural result. Hoya's level is 129. But if you add the stats that were raised due to the class with Krause and Moan and the stats that were additionally received from the effect of throwing rocks with eggs, the sum of the total stats alone reached level 200 powerlessness. It has the same force as the ranking leader group. In addition, the attack power of Hoya's weapon Gigant Red Bear Bone Sword reached 774 when Hoya was level 129. Furthermore, an additional 20% is increased by the effect of the title Heir of Legendary Magic acquired along with the skill while completing Moan's class. It does not stop there, and since the weapon Hoya is holding is a sword, the effect of the title successor of the legendary sword is additionally attached. Since he used Moan's magic with such power, it was strange if the level 120 monsters did not die at once. Muron! Look ahead! Hot! Muron, who had been obsessed with Hoya, regained his consciousness at King's words. The golem's fist was already approaching his nose in front of him just then. Kagak! Muron, who barely played the sword and twisted his fist, naturally retreated back and settled down next to Hoya with the recoil of the force. Hoya-sama! What just happened? Weren't you from the village? It's against manners to ask such a thing. I'm sorry. I was so surprised. Fine. Finally entering the dungeon, Hoya grabbed the sword for the first time and took a pose. It was immediately felt that his posture had come from long training. Muron says there are people who play games using their talents in real life, but I wondered if this was the case as well. This is not the time for me. Muron followed Hoya, who jumped forward and attacked the golems again. It took him less than 5 minutes to kill the remaining 7 golems. 6 of them were caught by Hoya alone, and 1 was helped by Muron in the last fight. These 3 parties had entered the dungeon after calculating the time to clear a floor as at least 1 hour. I was expecting it to take about 6 hours to catch the boss. It felt like it would take about an hour to go down to the boss floor. Contrary to their initial intention, they were riding the bus. There was an old, large door similar in size to when you first entered the dungeon. It was the entrance to the second basement level of the dungeon Golem of the Ruins, the entrance to the boss floor. It took about 2 hours to get here. Each skill has its own cooldown time, so it was natural to not be able to keep producing the same firepower in the dungeon. But this alone was fast enough. Hey, don't you think we're too arrogant? Shouldn't the situation be the other way around? Do I have to pay a bus fare for this? Before entering the boss floor, they were taking a break for a while to recover and check the skill cooldown time. The 3 were fully aware that Hoya was the only reason they were able to progress through the dungeon so quickly. Instead of filling the minimum number of people, I brought the bus with the idea that they would ride it. However, the villagers were giving them a ride on the bus. The ride was so good that I had to pay for a taxi rather than a bus fare. They were seriously thinking. And the face behind the mask looking at the 3 of them was a little stiff, and he didn't know what to do. What, did I do something wrong? In order to have a serious conversation, the 3 of them naturally moved to a location slightly away from Hoya and had a small conversation. Seeing that he had left himself alone and only talked to each other, Hoya wondered if he had done something wrong. Or maybe he is secretly shunning himself by putting him out of sight. With that in mind, Hoya slowly retraced the events from meeting them until he came right in front of the dungeon's boss floor. But he never did anything particularly special in his memory. Neither of the three had any intention to outrun Hoya. There were many cases where the three of us went together, so we just got together as usual without any intention. It happened spontaneously because I didn't even think that it was a story to be told in front of me. Can I leave now? Nod. While Hoya was in trouble, the cooldown of King's tanking skill had expired, so they decided to step into the boss's room. Prophet dash. When I pushed the door lightly, it made a sound as the door, which seemed too heavy to look at, was pushed lightly like a feather. When all the party members entered the room, a red graphic wall was erected at the entrance where they entered, preventing them from escaping. Now, you can't get out of this place until you defeat the dungeon boss. 15. Ruins Giant Golem 2. They entered through the door into a large, circular cavity. A golem stood in the middle of the magic circles emitting red light that were tightly drawn on the common floor. The golem was about the size of an adult male, and the appearance was the closest to a human among the golems he had ever caught. If there were any distinctive features of such a golem, it was the ancient characters that were engraved all over their body and glowing, and the red jewel embedded in the center of their chest. The red jewel, the nucleus, was the weakness of the giant golem in front of him. Compared to other parts of the body with high defense, the nucleus did not have half of that defense. Swish. The giant golem turned his head towards his party. It had a face like an egg ghost with no eyes, nose and mouth, but it felt as if she had found a good prey and was smiling eerily with her eyes shining. All the magic circles that were shining brightly on the floor disappeared in an instant. Shortly thereafter, the core embedded in the giant golem's chest lit up a strong light momentarily, and as the light faded, the giant golem sprinted to the ground and hurled itself at the party. Iron wall! At about the same time, King stepped forward and cast an iron wall. Now, the only monsters were bosses, so Warrior's Roar was left for others to use later when aggro hits. Quang dash! On the third floor above the ground, there was a louder roar than the golems flew at the same time. King was desperately blocking the giant golem's attack with his shield and sword. It wasn't a situation where he could stand for long, even pretending to be. Judging by that, Muron ran towards the giant golem, and Hoya followed him. Pion applied buffs to the two flying bodies. Strength and stamina increase by 5% for 5 minutes. Movement speed increases by 7% for 10 minutes. After that, Hoya applied a buff, one of the spells he learned from Moan, to himself. Skill 3 buff. Designate one stat and give yourself a buff that increases the specified stat by 30% and increases the remaining stats by 5% for 30 minutes. MP used 500. Cooldown, 300 minutes. Hoya thought about what stats were most needed in the current situation. It looked like King wouldn't be able to tank as long as expected. Therefore, the stat that Hoya needed the most right now was a strong power to quickly defeat the enemy. Buff power. For 30 minutes, strength increases by 30%, agility, stamina, magical power, and holy power by 5%. Kong dash. Bang dash. The sound made by Muron's sword and Hoya's sword was at a different level. Even without calculating the amount of damage, I could feel that Hoya delivered a much stronger attack. After that, after a few successful attacks, Hoya stepped back and checked the HP gauge of the boss monster. Well, at this speed, the villager's strike seems to be unnecessary. After finishing his judgment, Hoya moved his body again. Thorn. Hoya's sword rushed towards the giant golem quickly and strongly. What the hell is that person doing? Pion, a priest, needed to quickly grasp the situation. He wanted to give him a heal at the right time. Therefore, he was seated at the very rear of the battle formation where he could see all the situations at once, so he could see Hoya's movement as it was. His movements were so complex and quick that the next move was unpredictable. But on the other hand, he was also simple and flowing. When Muron attacked the giant golem once, he was doing 2 or 3 attacks. His damage was also high enough to bring aggro from the tank to him in an instant. At first, King used the skill to bring the aggro back to him, but his deal was too high. Shortly thereafter, aggro hit him again, and the giant golem's attack focused on him. It was a natural fact that the dealer had lower defense, and stamina than the tanker. Fian, who was forced to take on the role of a tank, thought that his stamina would soon decrease, and looked at him intensively. However, the HP gauge floating above his head barely moved. He was dodging almost every attack with minimal movement. Its ability was so great that it felt like an evasive tank fighting with agility. His tanking was much better than King's tanking. So now King was almost half forced to act as a dealer. Damn! I'm a stamina nerd! I only have 2 attack skills! Tankernim can't tank, so you need to put some dill in it. Move quickly, Hamina! I said King! Charge! Kwang dash! The king attacked the giant golem using his skill with his shield in front. It was a skill that did not distinguish Pia, but even though the giant golem was attached to Hoya, King had no hesitation in using the skill. Since he had seen Hoya's movements in the battles so far, he had no certainty that he would avoid it. As he thought, Hoya left just before the king's attack reached the giant golem, and took no damage from the king's skill. Even though he was confident, he would be angry that he used such a skill, but Hoya didn't say anything. Seeing him like that, King felt the silent scent of cilantro from him. For some reason, he felt that he was doing it because he trusted them. It felt like his back was saying, "Only trust me and follow me." King resisted the urge to shout out loudly that he was a big brother even now. "Ah, it's your brother!" Instead of speaking, he shouted inwardly. Hooded. After being attacked by the king, the giant golem's HP gauge was reduced to 1/3. The right arm of the giant golem, whose stamina had decreased, fell to stone dust. Then, the core of his chest, which had initially lit and remained silent, began to radiate light again, revealing ancient characters on the giant golem's body. It was the signal of Phase 2. "Everyone watch out!" When the king signaled, they were chasing the giant golem with their eyes, paying attention to their feet. At that time, as the giant golem jumped at Hoya, red magic circles began to form under their feet. It was a magic circle of small star-shaped circles drawn with thin lines and thick circles drawn around the circle. As time goes by, this magic circle shrinks in size as the thick line reduces the volume and encloses the small star inside. After 2 seconds after the stars and lines completely overlap, the magic circle causes an explosion of light. The tricky thing about this circle is that if the player moves before the circles overlap, they will follow the player. The only time to avoid the magic circle is 2 seconds, when the circle of the magic circle completely overlaps and the position is fixed. A total of 20 magic circles are created by the giant golem every 10 minutes after the start of Phase 2. The magic circle is given to all party members in the next order according to their battle contribution. There was no exception for the priest who assists from behind. Pion looked at a magic circle that was forming under his feet and getting smaller and smaller. The total time it takes for the magic circle to form and completely overlap is 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, with the timing right, Pion had to leave the place quickly. If the magic circle was not fixed, it was easy to get entangled with other people and cause great damage if it moved unintentionally. Ugh! What is that? Even if it explodes after 10 seconds, you can't pour all your nerves into the magic circle until it explodes. Pion, a priest, had to take care of the condition of others as well. If there was a person who lacked physical strength, or had a condition such as a fracture, he had to be treated immediately and put in a heel. And she saw 1 dog under her own feet, 2 at King's feet, 3 at Miran's feet. The 14 magic circles that were created under Hoya's feet as if they could not be drawn all around him. She was horrified. She came in with a minimum number of people, so she expected that she would have more magic circles per person compared to other parties. Except for Pion, King and Miran had expected that they would be endowed with at least 5 magic circles. But what is this? When I opened the lid, more than half of the magic circle was gathered around Hoya. The 3 of them combined were only about 1/3 of Hoya. That means that Hoya had almost completely dealt with the giant golem. They had to help Hoya somehow. That was not an amount that I could bear and avoid on my own. But there was no way. The contribution of a battle that took place over 10 minutes was not at a level that would change with an attack for 10 seconds. Wooing 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 dash. 10 seconds passed as they struggled to find a way to help Hoya. The magic circles that had stopped moving radiated more intensely. The three quickly left their seats and looked at Hoya. Since he had heard the explanation of the second phase in advance, Hoya also tried to leave the seat quickly. However, the giant golem was persistently attacking him. The magic circle would do some minor damage to the giant golem himself, but he didn't seem to care at all. Because of the giant golem's tenacity, Hoya was still only halfway out. Paimon had a baby. If all of that was right, no matter how good it was dead. At worst, he would be unavoidable to death. It was possible to revive with his own resurrection skill, but the skill had already been used a few days ago, and the cooldown has not returned yet. 0.1 seconds before the magic circle explodes. Fast. Leaving only the giant golem in the center of the magic circles, his new model retreated back at lightning speed. As soon as he left the magic circle, an explosion occurred with only the giant golem in the center of the magic circle. He wasn't too far off, so he took a little bit of the aftermath of the blast, but it was only meager. And before the dust cloud from the explosion vanished, he rushed back at the giant golem at the same speed as when he retreated. It was like watching a battle scene in a foreign-made hero movie as the clouds of dust cleared as he rushed. Thorn. His sword was quickly shot at the giant golem. He was aiming precisely at the core located in the center of the giant golem's chest, which had been fully opened by the explosion of his sword. The giant golem, who had been hit by a nuke 5 times in a row, grabbed his chest and leaned back. The giant golem had no face, but it felt as if he was staring at Hoya with a frown. I'm leaving now! King and Muran, who were mesmerized by the movement, came to their senses and began to join when Hoya turned to them. After that, the second phase of the giant golem, the boss monster, ended faster than the first phase. Hoya's saving of skills in Phase 1 showed a great effect. 16. Ruin's Giant Golem 3. And the third phase entered. As the floor, walls, and ceiling cracked little by little, the pieces of stone that fell off flew to the golem and began to stick together. When all the stone pieces stuck together, it became a giant robot that only appeared in an old cartoon movie. Its size is about 10 m. Although he had heard of the situation in advance, Hoya could not contain his surprise. Somehow, I thought the cavity was strangely wide. However, growing in size was not bad for them. The larger the size, the wider the range it could attack. Hoo dash! The gigantic golem immediately swung his arm. Its speed was very fast compared to its size, and as the size increased, so did its power. It was truly surprising that he was taking only slight damage from the wind pressure he wielded his arm. Except for King and Hoya, Muran and Fion were blown back slightly by the wind pressure. Paimon was in a state where her back was so close to the wall that she flew away. Her priest's secondary skills had a distance limit, so she had to get out of the wall quickly. Blessing of the Earth! Strength and stamina increased by 5% for 5 minutes. She quickly returned to her position and had her hide under her chin, giving her a buff that returned her cooldown. It was the sorrow of a priest who had no choice but to have low physical strength due to the nature of his job. He. However, after returning to her seat, unfortunately, the wind pressure of her golem was about to blow her away again. Snap! As soon as her feet were pushed off the ground by the wind, someone grabbed her arm and stopped her from flying. Following the sensation in her arms, he turned his gaze to find Hoya standing there holding her arms. In order to prepare for her skill, he gave the king aggro for a while and fell back, but he grabbed her arm in a timely manner. When the wind pressure stopped, Hoya immediately released her arm. Go, thank you? Instead of answering, Hoya shook her head flutteringly as a sign that it was okay. Hoya immediately turned to the golem and opened her mouth. Spear! Ping ping peeking dash. 3 blue spears appeared around Hoya. Bang! 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 Quagga River! A blue spear flew around the core of the golem and pierced it. Due to the increase in the size of the golem, The additional damage caused by the explosion went all the way to the golem. The huge golem's upper body staggered slightly at the enormous amount of damage that came in an instant. The golem's attack stopped for a very short time as it staggered. It wasn't a skill to miss, so the king rushed to the golem's leg and poured his energy to make the golem stumble even louder. With his characteristic swift movement, Muran climbed the golem's legs and inflicted direct damage to the core. The golem was able to regain his stance only after receiving Hoya's attack again. It was the golem who repositioned himself, but did not hold his position for very long. After a while in the bombardment of skills that followed without any waste, the golem finally fell to his knees. You have defeated the giant golem, the boss monster of the giant golem of the ruins. Experience points and items are settled by clearing all of the giant golem of the ruins. Level has risen. Level has risen. Item acquisition method is set to priority selection based on contribution. Creates a list of items that occurred in the dungeon. Have. Payan checked the list of items that appeared in front of him and called for joy inside. In the item list, there was a giant golem core that Payan wanted. What came out in the first place was truly a miracle. Due to the nature of the priest's profession, the contribution would be last, but King and Muran knew how much she wanted it, and they were not worthy of her greed, so she would gladly concede. But the problem was Hoya. Announced the ranking according to the contribution of the dungeon. Number 1 Hoya, number 2 Muran, number 3 King, number 4 Payan. Player Hoya is given the first priority. Among the lists floating in front of them, only the list in front of Hoya was waiting for his choice with a blinking light. What if he chooses nuclear? Payan thought so. He didn't want to choose nuclear. But it was too shameless for him to ask him not to choose just because he was. All she could do was earnestly pray inwardly that please, he would not choose nuclear. And Hoya was feeling the burdened gaze of her heart. Hoya didn't know the cause of that gaze. Hoya struggled to distract her gaze and checked her list. There were no items that really caught my eye. If anything that caught my eye, it was an item called Giant Golem's Core. Giant Golem's Core. Rating Epic. This is the core of the Giant Golem, the boss monster of the Giant Golem of the Ruins dungeon. If worn after making equipment using nuclear material, there is a 15% chance that the skill will be cast randomly from 1 to 5 times when a magic skill is activated. Since it is a difficult item to refine, it requires the mastery of a blacksmith or higher. Should I ask Dantles? He told me to bring the materials from the next equipment, so he did not seem to refuse to make the equipment. After thinking like that, Hoya chose Giant Golem's Core. At the same time, when the Giant Golem's Core disappeared from the list of others, Payan collapsed to the floor. How pathetic the voice was, it was as if the whole world had been lost. Ha! I can't help it, Payan. It's all the same as what Hyung did, right? Heh. Payan, who had been sitting down, got up with a determined look and approached Hoya. There! Can I ask you one thing? As Hoya tilted his head slightly without answering, Payan spoke again with his face blushing. The core of the giant golem. Can you sell it to me? It was very fortunate that the giant golem's nucleus came out today. It appeared through a 7% chance. The drop rate was only 7%, and in addition to that, the giant golem of Ruins dungeon was limited to 1 entry per day, so what was released at the auction house was only soggy due to drought. It was an item that was hard to find even with money. If he didn't buy what Hoya was holding, he had no promise of when he would get it. Sorry. After thinking about it, Hoya told Payan that she was sorry. Payan's face was stained with frustration, and he felt a little sorry, but he had no intention of overturning his decision. I'm sorry to say something stupid, bro. King came quickly, grabbed Payan's head, and lowered his head slightly. He cleared a dungeon that was almost like a one-man show, but it was not polite to keep insisting on selling even the items that came out. Brother? Hoya questioned King's words. Are you talking to me? He was right in thinking that way. Yes. Brother! I respect you, brother! King's eyes were shining like jewels. Food dash. The capsule opened and the man inside appeared. The man had an appearance enough to slap a celebrity's cheek, and his skin was whiter and fairer than any other woman. Master, the young lady is waiting for you. Tell me I'm leaving soon. After a brief shower, he came downstairs and a woman who looked like him was waiting for him at her table. A face the size of a fist, a sharp jawline and a sculpted nose. She also had a look that would slap a celebrity on the cheek. How come you seem busier than me, Haman? I told you to let me know in advance if you think you will be late for dinner. I'm sorry, sister. I'll be more careful next time. So what have you been doing today? Baek Seol-young, Baek Ho-min's older sister, asked him what he did at Initium today. If there was no work, it was a daily routine to have dinner together and talk about each other in Initium. Although it was mostly Baek Ho-min reporting his growth to Baek Seol-young. Baek Ho-min told Baek Seol-young what happened today. He went to reform for items and leveling, met Hoya, and went around the dungeon with him, until he happened to be in a situation where he rode the bus. He said everything? Baek Seol-young couldn't believe it. Are you crazy? Did you have an illusion, what? No, sister, it's real. Puck or the villagers would be like that. In fact, the proportion of villagers would be several dozen, no, hundreds of times higher than now. You don't believe me that much? Yeah, I don't believe it. You have to say something you can trust. Baek Ho-min was slightly annoyed at Baek Seol-young's reaction, but her reaction was natural. Because the perception of the profession of being a villager was like that from the beginning. She herself, if she had never actually experienced the same thing, she would have reacted just like Snow White. But because it was true, Baek Ho-min felt like he ate sweet potatoes without water because of her attitude. If you say that, you must have filmed a video today, right? Show it to me. Oh, there it was. In order to improve his skills, Haman always recorded his appearance as a video from a third-person point of view when he went out to a dungeon or field. He was looking at the video to find out what was wrong or lacking. The focus of the video is fixed on him, but Hoya must have been filmed in the middle. Baek Ho-min immediately moved the recorded video to his laptop and quickly turned the video over to find the part where Hoya was filmed. Now, let's show you the Kula side of Hyung. With that in mind, the scene of the video that Baek Ho-min showed to Baek Seol-young was the second phase of the giant golem, the boss monster. In the center of the video, the figure of Ho-min Baek was embedded in the image, but beyond that, the boss monster's giant golem and Hoya were properly captured. The golem was holding down Hoya tenaciously, and at Hoya's feet, no, around him, a circle of red magic gathered around him. How many of those? As Seol-young's head was confused in an unimaginable situation, her magic circle emitted more intense light and eventually exploded. The scene where Hoya, who had left his seat at lightning speed just before the magic circle exploded, immediately digs into the golem again was like watching a movie. Its speed seemed to surpass that of Riser. After searching for Hoya's nickname in Initium's ranking list, Baek Seol-young had no choice but to admit that Baek Ho-min's words were true. Did you see it? Aren't you great, bro? Hamana, was there a guild for this person? Huh! You didn't wear a guild mark? Did you add friends? I did it for E*N. My brother seems to be reticent, but he also seems to have a lot of affection. That's cool though. Great job. Shit. She showed a beautiful smile full of her greed. It was the day that a user named Hoya came into the eyes of the guild master of the Seolbiko Guild, who is entering the world after competing for first and second place in the Korean Guild. 17. Villagers? The start of the uproar was a single article posted on the community bulletin board on the official Initium website. Did you see the ranking list? Even when someone I know told me to take a screenshot before going down and stuff it and keep it, I cried out and went to take a picture of it. That person actually entered the rankings. But while I was filming it and was looking at the rankings in my spare time, there was a villager in the rankings. Is this the villager's mark? I'm sure I'll actually see this mark. No, more than that, how did the villagers get into the rankings? Yes, synthetic. Ha 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 ha, no. Go and search, it's real. Huh, it really is, ha 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 ha. Am I dreaming right now? How do villagers get into the rankings? Crazy. The villagers are at a higher level than me. Respected moderators who will be reading this article, please update your hair dye. Breaking news: it is said that there are a number of combat users who are suffering from depression because they feel weird and painful. Ha 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 ha. Aren't you one of them? The wave of the article, which came up with a captured photo of the ranking list, spread quickly. The level of the villagers who came up in the captured photos was never low. Some refused to believe the article, but the evidence was too clear. Some showed interest in him, and some tried to find him to promote and enhance their guild's power. There were several posts saying they saw the whereabouts of the villager, but all of them turned out to be lies. There were those who argued that he was a villager, but all turned out to be false. Villagers are a profession that is difficult to find even 1 or 2 people in each village, and villagers are the ones who wondered if they could be seen in the hunting grounds even when they reached level 500,000. Entering the rankings of such a villager was a good gossip. And on the other hand, he was surprised that no one knew about the existence of the villager until he entered the rankings. Whether you like it or not, if you hunted to achieve a level enough, you would have hunted a party, but it was strange that there were no rumors. But there was no way to know why. The first article I talked about the villagers sat on best posts for days. And the villagers themselves were unaware of the commotion. King, brother! It's tongue-in-cheek. Are you still in fortune? What are you doing? Hoya, I'm holding an iron boar. King, today? So, would you like to go hunting with us? This time, I've learned a new attack skill. Hoya, the main character of the commotion, burst into laughter when he saw the whisper that flew to him. After going to the dungeon with King for the first time, I was pushed by his atmosphere and even added a friend. At first, the whisper bombs that followed were not bothersome and uncomfortable. Still, there was no ill will toward him, and he only accepted good intentions toward himself, thinking he would do it now. Hoya, I see. After sending a positive reply to King, Hoya headed to the place where they were supposed to meet. When he arrived at the promised place, King, Muran, and Fian were waiting for him there. Fian felt so good that the corner of his smiling mouth was about to catch his ear. Hee! Hello, Hoya-sama! The middle finger of his left hand, which Pion swung as he greeted Hoya, had a ring studded with red jewels. It was an accessory made from the nucleus of a giant golem. After clearing the giant golem in the ruins for the first time, the 4 people including Hoya continued to challenge themselves for several days. As a result, Pion eventually succeeded in acquiring the core of the giant golem, and immediately produced it as an item. No players have advanced blacksmithing skills yet. However, since the core of a giant golem is a rare material, there were many NPCs with advanced blacksmithing skills who would make it for you if you paid a fee. On the other hand, Hoya, who obtained the core of the giant golem before Pion, had not yet been able to craft it as an item. That day, he returned to the village and went to visit Danthals, but he had been absent for a while. Just because he wasn't there, it was a bit like leaving it to another blacksmith. Now that this has happened, I was thinking of getting a mithril as an auxiliary material and going back. Hoya has no mining skills, so he couldn't go to the mine, but after hearing that the iron boar, a monster from the field around Reforn, drop a mithril with a very low probability, he has been hunting iron boar ever since. So far, none of the mithril has come out, but the experience has been raised quite a bit. No, a lot. Name Hoya. Occupation, Villager of Ordo. Level, 152. HP 4 210/4 210 MP 4040/4040. Strength, 261. Agility, 253. Stamina, 269. Horsepower, 252. Holy Power, 232. Remaining points 0. Vertical ellipsis. Over the past few days, Hoya has been able to make a so-called blast by going in and out of dungeons with the 3 of them and hunting field monsters. In particular, when hunting field monsters, Hoya moved alone, so the experience that would normally have been shared between party members was all delivered to Hoya. Now, the level of the surrounding monsters did not match Hoya, so he was thinking about moving the area. If only Mithril comes out. He was the one who didn't want to go to the auction house and buy it. Kaga dash. Iron Boar's horn stopped in front of Hoya's sword. Taking advantage of that gap, King and Muran attacked Iron Boar. Two-step stab. Rush. Whoop, whoop, whoop. The Iron Boar, which was attacked by the two, reconciled to light and disappeared. King Zagro's skill couldn't keep up with Hoya's attack power, so they had no choice but to take turns playing tanks and dealers. When hunting with Hoya, it almost always goes like that, so King learned a few additional attack skills that were not even on sale. Now I was quite satisfied with it. Did you just see it? Will you kill the timing? Yeah, I almost died from being hit by your shield. Hey! When did I do that? It didn't take a day or two for King and Muran to quarrel. He said it was kind of ugly. By the way, brother, I was the one who recommended it, but are you okay? In fact, the three of them had been given a special assignment from the guild master. Hold on to that person until I go on my own. People's interest in the villagers who have climbed the rankings these days was very hot. The idea that no one knows who it is has ignited people's minds, and some are already writing very novels with delusions in their brains. Strictly speaking, no one knew. King, Muran, Payan, and Seol-young Baek, the guild master of Seol Baekho, were the only players who knew about the current villager ranker, his appearance, and his strength. But no one knew when and how it would become known to the public. So Baek Seol-young was planning to take him to his guild before the others knew about him, and took him away. He initially invited him to a guild through King, but Hoya rejected the invitation at once. So Baek Seol-young decided to invite him directly. The guild master personally recommends it, so wouldn't it be a little more thoughtful? There was such a thought. However, there was a quest in progress, so the quest had to be completed to some extent in order to be able to move. Until then, it was Snow White's words to hold him somehow. Because he also wanted Hoya to become a guild like himself. Aren't you getting a lot of experience? It's not going to come in a while because the level doesn't match. At Snow White's words, King encouraged him to hunt for a little while, but he didn't know that he would really be with him. If it's Hoya's level, catching Rippon's monsters wouldn't bring much experience. Perhaps if he had moved to another area, he would have been able to raise his experience more quickly. Come to think of it, King remembered that Hoya was hunting before he even flirted. The item I wanted didn't come out. Is it an item? King had sent a whisper to Hoya from time to time, so he knew which monster he was holding. What do you think comes out of the Iron Boar? I had such a question. What are you looking for? Mithril. All three of them widened their eyes at Hoya's answer. Ton, bro, can't we just go to the auction house and buy the Mithril? Is it an illusion that Hoya's cheeks, which are brownish like the tree seen under the mask, appear to be slightly red? After that, he only participated in the hunt without saying a word for a while. Con dash. Con dash. Con dash. Dantel's house. In his workshop, the constant sound of hammering and smoke was leaking through the chimney. Hoya quietly opened the door and went in, patiently waiting for Dantels to stop hammering, enduring the heat of the furnace. After a while, Dantels, who had finished hammering, came to Hoya, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the towel that was wrapped around his neck. If you've come, I wouldn't have said you came. I waited because you seemed to be concentrating. Thank you for that. But coming to me means that you brought the ingredients, right? Hoya smiled and nodded and took out the giant golem's core and mithril from his inventory. Dantels nodded his head with a serious expression and continued to talk while rolling his axe around. Yeah? I brought something good from the start. But can you get one more? It is a rare material for other blacksmiths, but for Dantels, it seems to be just a good material. Nuclear? No, if you only have 50 Black Lizardman scales, you can concentrate them and increase the effect. The level of Black Lizardman is said to be around 160. In terms of stats alone, Hoya had a strength of about 250. He has the power to not lose even to the top rankers at all, or even slightly ahead of them. He had the same level of stats as the rankers, except for the divine power, which has not been helpful at all so far. Hoya had the power and skill to catch the Black Lizard Man alone. As the level up was slow, he thought it would be good to raise the item's performance, and also raise the level. There is a way to buy it at the auction house, but it is a financial burden because the quantity is a sheep. Then I'll do it. Please wait a little bit. Yes. And before you go, tell me in advance what kind of item you want to make, and I'll make a basic frame in advance. Then I'd like a bracelet, please. Okay. Hoya greeted Dan Thals and went straight to her MON's house and asked her to warp her. 18, Black Heaven 1. Arriving at Riva, which is located right next to the swamp where Black Lizard Men live, Hoya moved toward the eastern gate as he had heard from Mon in advance. It was a much busier road than Reform, but it didn't feel the same as when I first arrived at Reform. Because this is a game, not reality. They don't do any real harm to me. No interest in me. We're looking for a priest to hunt in the dark swamp. We have all the tang deals, so we'll start right away. You can hunt for 4 hours and use a fixed pot. We will do it at 60% of the average equipment repair price. It's a blacksmith quest. Is there anyone who has built up intimacy with the guard NPC? If you connect me, I will pay for the effort. I'm looking for a tank to hunt with. In front of the alumni gate was full of players. Hoya passed them and went out the east gate to the hunting grounds. King, brother! What are you doing now? Can we meet at the fountain in the square for a minute? Please! Then a whisper arrived from King. Hoya couldn't help but be embarrassed by his whispers. Hoya, I'm not Reform now. King, no, bro! Because it's easy to talk to. Isn't it more Reform than that? Are you out hunting for iron boars? It would be quicker to just buy it at the auction house. Hoya, I am Riva now. King, yes? After that, King's whispers stopped for a while. King, then there's nothing I can do about it. Have fun. Are you in Leva right now? What? Seal Young Beck, the guild master of the Seal Biko Guild, and her game nicknamed Seal Beck, she couldn't hide her absurdity now. No, I said that I was hunting with you until yesterday? But now you're in Leva? Did you even use a warp scroll? I don't know that either. After finishing the important quest she was working on and writing the warp scroll, she was the Snow White who flew to Reform, but Hoya, the purpose of her coming to Reform, was not in Reform. The opponent had rejected King's invitation before, so he came to show his sincerity, but the important person was not here. He should have whispered to the king before tearing up the warp scroll, but he was so time-pressed that he skipped that process because he was going so fast. Rather, it has become a meaningless waste of time. Master, then it would be more efficient to move to the next place than to stay here. I know, haha, it's a pity. I honestly don't know why Master is so obsessed with villagers. Ricer, the deputy master of Snow White, who almost always moves with Snow White, honestly couldn't understand her. He knew that the villager who had been on the list had now become a celebrity without even revealing her face. However, that alone is not a reason to cling to the master of Seal Bekho, who fights for the first and second place in the Korean Guild, moving directly to catch him. It's because you can't see the video. If you see it, you'll be just like me, right? Is that enough? Yeah, that's about it. I'll send it to you later. At that level, with that skill and power, it's going to be quite difficult to recruit later instead of now. Snow White never exaggerated. Rather, he belonged to the side of the Abbot. When she spoke like that, her Rister also grew a little more interested. But practically, there is no time for the master to personally visit him and recommend him. It's still the time that he barely subtracted. Hamina. First, by sending whispers frequently, build friendships. I'll give up today and try again next time, huh? When Snow White reached that conclusion, King raised his hand. Yes. Me. What? Isn't it better if I go now? Yeah, no. Raise the level. Chite. You can't take it off. Snow White and Reister disappeared as they tore the warp scroll. As soon as a black lizard man with a scimitar in one hand saw Hoya, it screamed and ran towards him. Black lizard man is the first monster. If they make even a single clattering sound in a wet swamp, they hear like a ghost, and the guys around them gather directly to the source of the sound. Thanks to that, it was a place that did not require much aggro skills to attract monsters. But he was also an extreme hunting ground, where if he was unlucky, more than 10 would flock at a time. They are the ones who give you a lot of experience. Scratch! Whoa! Hoya looked around after dealing with the last black lizard man who was running at him. There were only 2 scales of the black lizard man lying around. Even if I purposely made a noise for an hour and caught the ones that were drawn to the sound, I think I passed 20 easily. Emotionally, it feels like it doesn't come out any better than the giant golem's core. So far, I have collected a total of 8 scales while catching black lizard men for several hours. It feels like it will take a few days to reach the target number of 50. Hoya moved to the swamp, hoping that it would be a good option as it took that much time to procure materials. When I checked the time, I thought it would be okay to hunt for an hour more. How far did you walk? Hearing the cries of the black lizard men from the front, Hoya climbed up the tree from the ground and moved by stepping on the branches so as not to make a rattling sound, narrowing the distance from the sound. I wanted to fill 10 of them today, so I moved quickly and the black lizard men came into my sight right away. It will be quicker to take a surprise attack if there are already a lot of them, rather than making footsteps and dragging them along. But there were passengers. A party of 5 people was already hunting the black lizard men. Since he had no intention of doing monster steal, Hoya tried to find another black lizard man and move again, but the situation was strange. Heal. Hurry up. The cooldown isn't over yet. Please take a shift and drink the potion first. Damn it. Fuck. Where did all these bastards come from? The player in the priest's uniform was at a loss for what to do in the rear. Next to him was a woman in a robe, lying on the floor, motionless. The condition of those who were protecting the vanguard by protecting them also did not look good. It seemed that the 3 of them were taking turns playing the role of tanks, but it seemed very heavy. There were still 5 black lizard men in front of them. It seemed like I should have helped. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that I would ever hear a monster still sound later. Still, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, Hoya started recording a video. It was something he had learned from his friend during the cold days of his life. After that, when Hoya came down from the tree and tried to act, undead monsters such as skeletons and zombies suddenly began to spring up from the ground. What else is this? How do you deal with the death penalty? I haven't heard of undead coming from here. When they saw the undead, they screamed in frustration, but their faces, which were stained with frustration, turned bright after a while. The undead that rose from the ground began to attack. It was not the players who were attacked, but the black lizard men who surrounded them. Only then did they realize that things were going strangely. What is this? When the undead, who knew how to attack them, started attacking the same monster, they even felt embarrassed. However, among the trees, a woman with a cane raised her head, and they understood the situation and were able to relax their tense bodies. The black lizard men also began to be bitten by the undead, and after a while, they all turned into light and disappeared. Everyone, are you okay? A woman with her head sticking out from among the trees approached and asked how they were doing. Her party, surrounded by her black lizard man, looked at her almost as if she were looking at her goddess. Go, thank you. Thanks to you I lived. Foo-foos say nothing. Are you a necromancer by any chance? Yes, it is. That's amazing. That you can summon this many undead at once. It must be a necromancer's hidden job. A necromancer, a profession that commands the dead and the undead. As she stepped forward, seeing the undead paving her way, they assumed that her profession was a necromancer, and their guess was correct. No, it's not hidden. It's just an ordinary necromancer. Wow. Still, this number of undead. It's amazing, really. Phew. Her face, which was smiling like an old noblewoman, quickly changed to a mean smile. Aren't you all idiots? There's no way that all of these numbers were just my summons, right? Yes. The party was taken aback by the sudden change in her mood. Hoya, who had missed her timing and was still watching the scene without getting out of the tree, was also embarrassed to see it. The woman smiled and beckoned, revealing several men in black robes down to their hoods from among the trees. On the left chest of their robes, there was a mark painted in common with a black cloud in a white circle. The party's face was stained with frustration, just like when they were surrounded by black lizard men. B. Black Heaven. The guild Black Heaven, to which players such as Dark Knights, Warlocks, and Necromancers belong. They were famous in many ways. First, it was the fact that the guild master, Dino, was the agent of darkness, the Necromancer's hidden job, and the second was that they were a PK-specialized guild. All players in Black Heaven were either Bankeo or Chow players. In other words, the people with the mark of Black Heaven in front of them were all cow users, PK criminals. Let's see, since we saved you, can you give me the price of your life? As the price of your life, if you give out the weapons you are wearing now, I'll send it to you. Chloe-sama, aren't you so kind? After all, our Chloe-sama is an angel. How do you think of receiving only weapons? Fufufu, thank you for all the compliments. Ooh, don't be ridiculous. The person standing at the front of the party with a large shield and blunt weapon reacted to Black Heaven's conversation. At that word, the friendly atmosphere of Black Heaven quickly cooled down. What's funny? Hey, if you have a brain, think about it. Isn't it cheaper to get a single weapon than to die here, lose experience, drop items, and get 2 days of access restrictions? Chloe-sama, don't do that too much. They're stupid, so you can't count. Yeah. I'm smart enough to understand idiots. It's a shame to receive only weapons and send them away. It would be more truthful to say that the cat guards the fish shop. Sung-hoon cursed inside and clenched his teeth. 19. Black Heaven 2. It was a very bad situation. He was surrounded by monsters by pulling the wrong aggro in the previous hunt and using all his skills to get out of the situation. He thought he was out of trouble, but he wasn't. When they got out of the crisis, it was another crisis that came to them. If you die now, the quest in progress will automatically fail. How much time did it take to bring this quest here? Even if I died, I couldn't die. But there was no way out of this situation. As soon as the people in the robe appeared, a skeleton struck him lightly and was recognized as being in battle, making it impossible to use the warp scroll. I couldn't use it for an important situation, and I didn't pay a high price to buy it. It was like a fire with no exit. There was no way, he thought and thought again and again. Sung-hoon was spinning his head fiercely to somehow get out of the current situation. At that moment, a rope came down to him. Hoya, don't show it, listen. He flinched at the sudden whisper in his ear. Who is it? Your nickname is not on your friend's list. That means it's nearby. But why does the nickname feel familiar? Hoya, it's on the tree next to you, a little further away. Don't roll your eyes. Sung-hoon managed to prevent his gaze from turning inadvertently. Sung-hoon, who are you? Hoya, I unintentionally watched everything from the beginning. I'll help you, so when I give you a signal, keep yourself close to the floor at the same time with all of your party members. Sung-hoon, that. Hoya, trust me. His last whisper, unknown to him, seemed to appeal to his emotions. I don't know. It won't get any worse here. Sung-hoon quickly sent a whisper to the party members. Everyone sent replies full of anxiety, but everyone quickly agreed to Seong-hoon's words that it was the only way right now. Sung-hoon, I told everyone. Hoya, then, now. Get down. Awesome liquid dash. Kwang! At Seong-hoon's words, when all the party members lowered their posture, something passed over them. After one loud explosion, a cloud of dust rose and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. To understand the sudden silence, Sung-hoon raised his head and looked ahead. Amidst the clouds of dust, Chloe's very bewildered face came into view. Hoya felt that things were going strangely. It was when the people in black robes appeared that they felt the change. When the black robe appeared, the expression of the person holding the shield in front of him suddenly changed for the worse. So were the others. Hoya listened and focused on their voices. "If you give me the weapons I'm wearing now at the price of my life, I'll let you go." The words that came after that were very strange. They were very proud, like people who came to retrieve the things they had left behind. It was a situation in which the eyes were frowned upon. And suddenly, at the memory that overlapped with the situation in front of him, Hoya's eyes and heart cooled coldly. He knew the scene he was seeing now. The scene in his memory and the scene now were the same, although his position was different. The players and undead surrounding the party were him and his friends. The party surrounded and threatened by them was himself. Hoya, who was watching them, was the same school students and teachers who could even be described as classmates. I wanted to help them. He thought so endlessly. Having been in the same position once, I knew that the place was more terrifying than anything, so I couldn't leave them alone. Hoya was looking at them and her past self. "Hoya, don't show it, listen." Hoya immediately whispered to the man standing in front of the party. He was perplexed at first, but soon took hold of his heart and listened to Hoya. "Samhun, I told everyone." At Samhun's whisper, Hoya came down from a branch, landed quietly on the floor, and placed his hand on the sword he was wearing around his waist. Bow slash. A blue light began to gather in Hoya's sword. The swamp itself was in a dark environment, so the blue light was easy to spot. Bow slash increases the power as much as the amount of mana consumed, but also increases the charge time. So it was not a situation where he could use a lot of mana. There was already someone who noticed the blue light and was about to turn his head. Hoya immediately whispered the timing, and a blue light flashed over their backs as they prostrated themselves. Awesome liquid dash! Quang! In the place where the dust cloud that had arisen after Hoya's skill flew away, there were only the party members of a man named Samhun and a woman named Chloe, 2 black heavens, and the number of undead that could be counted with both hands. The 2 surviving players probably had the undead as their shield. He had already lost all his skills from a series of hunting before coming here, so it was too much to attack under the shadow of a tree. Hoya slowly walked out and stood like a wall between Black Heaven and Samhun. You. What are you doing?" Chloe shouted at Hoya, who suddenly appeared, but he didn't answer. She knew intuitively that the man wearing a strange mask in front of him was the one who changed the situation. And Samhun's eyes, looking at his back, were full of respect and gratitude. The back of the man in front of him felt too wide. I think you'll be fine even with this. I'm making a video of this right now. Just raise your hand. I'll make you bury me in the game. You're talking nonsense." In response to Chloe's words, Hoya's voice had subsided heavily. His eyes were not visible because of the mask, but his eyes seemed to be pierced through. His expression was completely unrecognizable because of the mask, but he could feel his emotion strongly in his voice. The emotion was anger. Prophet. Hey! Honestly, what are you, meddling in here and ruining it? If you're an outsider, just go the way you've been going. If you turn away, you will become a person no different from you. Hoya answered inwardly and shot his body forward. Belatedly reacting to Hoya's movement, they moved the undead to set up a shield and attack. However, Hoya naturally passed between the summoned undead like water without difficulty, and only aimed at the summoners. When the summoner dies, the summons automatically disappear. There was no need to deal with the summons. They could not avoid Hoya's attack. The player has been attacked. Player in cow state. There is no PK penalty. After Hoya swung the sword a few times, the 2 remaining people also became lights and disappeared. And when I first used the bow slash, a series of messages appeared again. They were in cow state and dropped 2 to 3 items each. Goo, thank you for saving me. Thank you? Now how do I do this? As I was thinking about it, Samhun and his party members have been saying thanks. Hoya, who received their thanks, shook her head slightly and expressed that it was okay. It wasn't an act of wishing for a thank you. I just did it because I didn't want to be like them. In a way, they may have wanted to assert that they and I were different. As a token of his gratitude, Sung-hoon personally picked up items dropped by Black Heaven. Kao caught by Hoya, the items they dropped belonged to him. I want to give something back. Sung-hoon wanted to repay Hoya with something because he was not satisfied just by picking up the items. It looked just like a dog that wanted to poop. But Hoya didn't ask for anything in return, and even if he said he wanted something in return, he couldn't think of anything in particular. But it seemed he wouldn't let himself go unless he received anything. Do you have any black lizardman scales? They handed Hoya 4 black lizardman scales. If there were more, they would have given me more, but those 4 scales were all they got while hunting for the day. After Hoya thanked them and they thanked Hoya again, they were able to part with a good mood. He suddenly had a thought. If even one of the students and teachers in the same school had held out his hand without turning away from me in the past, would I have changed the way I am today? Thinking about it now, it was a thing of the past that would not change. Today I really lived and died. It's really what you say. If it weren't for him, he'd be blown away by quests and everything. Returning to Liba, they unpacked their artillery at the tavern. Because it's a game, no matter how much food they eat, they don't gain weight and the price is cheap, so after a day of hunting, they went to any food store to eat and unpacked today's canvas at the end of their day. They weren't the only ones doing this, so the tavern was full of players. It was amazing. What is he doing? Oh, come to think of it, Sung-hoon, you whispered to that person. Then didn't you see that person's nickname? Huh. Their eyes focused on Sung-hoon, who was quietly drinking beer. Yeah, I saw it. Then let me know. I'll have to come back later and pay you back properly. Would it be better to do that as well? They also picked up items and gave them the scales of the Black Lizard Man, but they thought that was not enough. Grace is a guy who never ends even if he repays him. Is your nickname Hoya? Hoya? Why do you think you heard it somewhere? Huh. So do you? So did I. From the beginning, Sung-hoon could not erase the feeling that he had seen the nickname Hoya somewhere. I thought it was just a misunderstanding, but it didn't seem like a mistake since I heard that a party member from the same party had also heard of it. Wow, everyone, that nickname. Huh. What, why are you like this? As the two of them were contemplating, the priest widened his eyes as if in great amazement, and said in a stammering voice, You're a villager. Iced coffee. I think I've heard it somewhere. It was the nickname of a person who became a hot topic after climbing up the rankings as a villager. And on the other hand, I was very surprised that the villagers had such power. Well, I think it was because of that kind of power that I was ranked as a villager. Then, are we the first to witness the villagers? What should I do? What should I do? You seem to have a very good personality. Since I checked the level in the rankings, I might stay here for a while? Will we meet again next time? Shall we brag to the community? No, don't do that. Sung-hoon spoke firmly to those who were excited. The fact that nobody knew about him until now means that he acted inconspicuously for a reason, right? Oh, that's also true. Then is it our secret? It's kind of pounding, hee. They spent the night excited about the fact that it was their own secret. 20. Black Heaven 3. Damn it! Chloe, who had been forced to log out, screamed in the face of evil. I was so angry that I couldn't stand it. When I threw some of the household items at the wall, I felt like my anger had subsided a little. Whoa, damn it! There's no hallway. Just thinking about what had happened to that man made me feel like my fever was rising. He was stepping on the guys he thought were sticks, and suddenly a tiger appeared. She called someone with her own smartphone. She just happened to be the time she was now when she disconnected. Hyuk. Oh bong. What? What is it? When her Chloe uttered her weeping voice, her person on the phone began to persuade her in embarrassment. She was talking to Chloe because she wanted it all at this time. I got a reverse PK at Riva. What if I dropped a weapon? Hyuk. What? No, what were those people who chased after you? It's really hot. They've all been beaten up too. They're not even rankers, so it's no help. Oops. What if I keep chasing him? The way he looked at me wasn't a joke. Of course, the man was wearing a mask, so he couldn't even see the tail of what would be called the eyes. What do you know? You're harassing our Chloe. What kind of child are you? I don't know either. He had green hair and a strange mask on. That's enough to know. Wait a minute, I'll catch him and kneel in front of you. Really? Thank you, Upong. You know I love you, right? Only trust this brother. And I love you too, Chloe. Sighed. Closing her call with a kiss, Chloe threw her smartphone on the bed and gave her a mean laugh. Hey, you like Okbang? It was such a scary thing to be in a LAN relationship. Even if it was easy for a person called the Guild Master of Black Heaven, it was too easy. The green-haired man's job will be settled with this. Dino, the Guild Master of Black Heaven, is a necromancer capable of summoning as many as 3 Death Knights. He will not move himself, but he will move the rankers belonging to the guild. Hoya's footsteps went out of the east gate just like yesterday and headed to the swamp to get the Black Lizardman scales. He currently has a total of 12 Black Lizardman scales. Thanks to the party he helped out yesterday, he unexpectedly saved 4 more. First of all, his goal was to get all the Black Lizardman scales within 4 days, including today. I have an appointment a week later, so I wanted to fill it all up within 6 days at the latest. So Hoya was moving hard now. Clap, tickle, tickle. Hoya was deliberately moving his feet so that his sound spreads shallowly and far. It is a kind of trap that listened to the sound and aimed at the all-black lizardmen. Black lizardmen approaching after hearing the sound will not be able to escape the form of moths that flew to see the light. He didn't have any detection-related skills, so he couldn't know for sure, but the presence of his skin and the slight rustling sound informed him that the Black Lizardman was near. Surrounded. Clap. When Hoya rolled his foot slightly strongly, the Black Lizardman who took it as a signal rushed to Hoya at the same time. Black Lizardman is a monster with intelligence. Although the Black Lizardmen rushed at the same time, they did not run at once. When the first attack was blocked, another Black Lizardman followed and attacked the second. Dodging it, the other Black Lizardmen stabbed the gap and entered. You know that hitting a small target in one shot is a handshake. It was a very systematic move. But that was only the first time. Krua! The systematic movement of the Black Lizardman could not keep Hoya bound. Just before, the last Black Lizardman groaned and disappeared as a light. There are 3 scales on the ground. I was lucky this time. Hoya moved again with a clattering sound. As time passed, Hoya could feel the presence around him. Immediately, a group of black men appeared in front of and behind Hoya. Hey kid, right? I don't even know. I said that everyone with green hair is a jerk. I'm wearing a mask, so the probability is high, isn't it? Ugh, what kind of trouble is this? If Gilma is black, it's okay. Those black hordes were not Black Lizardmen. It was the players who unified their equipment in all black. On their left chests, they all wore a mark with a black cloud drawn in the same white circle. Seeing this, Hoya could guess that they had come for yesterday's revenge. Brother, will you just follow me quietly, or do you want me to watch a video of humiliation? He's scared, so he can't speak. They came to Riva by order of Dino, the Guild Master of Black Heaven and Chloe's boyfriend. I was told to either kill the green-haired masked man in Leva or kneel before Chloe. Chloe took a short video at the end, but because she lost her face, the video itself was deleted immediately, so they did not have accurate information about Hoya. That's why he was going to chase after them and kill them if they had green hair. He was reluctant to drag him all the way to Chloe. When the Guild Master fell for a woman, only the lower things were suffering. In addition, the fact that Chloe deleted the video and that they did not know exactly Hoya's power was applied as a bad news for them. Chloe communicated his power to Dino in words, but Dino took it as an exaggeration of a frightened woman. It was the same with them. Now, they only thought of Hoya as an annoyance, a toy to relieve their irritation. Hey, say something. It's not fun if you stay still. In response to Hoya's unresponsiveness, the person who was wearing a robe came closer with the intention of smashing her cheeks. When he stood right in front of Hoya, Hoya opened his mouth. Bullet. Puck! A blue light bullet about the size of 2 fingers of his finger appeared, and was shot at the person who approached Hoya. Flickering his body at the same time as a bullet of blue light hit his chest, he immediately fell from his knees as if his body loosened strength and disappeared into light. It was a forced logout due to death. Black Heaven, who was watching the scene fully, could not understand the situation. Those behind Hoya were blocked by Hoya's body, so they could not see the blue bullets flying and hitting him. Those in front of Hoya became the light and were blocked by the disappearing body, so they could not see the scene properly. It was difficult to judge the situation only with the pale blue light emitted by the bullets that appeared and disappeared for a moment. What was it? It was a skill. One of the 3 techniques that Moan taught Hoya. Method 1. Bullet. Instantly fires a bullet-sized cluster of magical energy in a forward direction. Magical properties change depending on the properties you have. Inflicts damage equal to 130% of attack power. Ignores 30% of magic defense. MP used, 150. Cooldown 5 minutes. Hoya was using the bullet because it had the shortest cooldown time among the skills. After saying the skill name, there was almost no delay until the skill occurred and attacked the enemy. A wizard with low HP at level 163 could not withstand an attack that overlapped Hoya's stats and titles, ignoring 30% of magic defense. They tried to understand the situation, but Hoya didn't want to give them time to understand. Buff speed. The 3rd chapter of Kraus-style swordsmanship, Swiftness, is not an ordinary movement skill. If there's an enemy between your current location and the location you want to move, and you attack the enemy while moving with a skill, each shot is applied with the power of 120% of your attack power. There is no limit to the number of monsters, no matter how many attacks they make. The current moving distance is 3m, and if you split the 3m and use it, it can be used like a 10-second continuous attack skill. In the meantime, if you mix a few basic moves in between, you can increase the distance and use it. Of course, I did a lot of rolling on the floor until I was able to use it like that. But those efforts are paying off now. Spatula dash. They could not withstand Hoya's attack more than 3 times. After they all turned to light and disappeared, Hoya collected the items that had fallen on the ground. Hoya's inventory still contained the items of Black Heaven he had met the day before. Seeing this, Hoya felt the need to organize his inventory, so he headed to Leva's auction house and registered items with only 20 pieces of black lizardman scales. Ho, Susama. Someone called him when he saw his back as he left the auction house, but Hoya didn't think it was his voice. Someone who quickly ran to Hoya, who was about to go that way, blocked his way. I think something similar has happened before. Hello, Ho, Susama. The one who stood in the way of Hoya was Xianghun, whom Hoya had saved the day before. But the title he called Hoya was strange. Me. Yes. As Hoya tilted his head, Xianghun approached him and spoke softly. Don't worry, Hoya-sama. We'll keep it a secret that Hoya-sama is Hoya-sama. I have a sense of humor too. I don't intend to go about hiding what I'm doing. It's the same with other kids. What do you mean? When Hoya asked Xianghun for an accurate explanation, he explained what was happening in the community with a bewildered face. Hearing that, Hoya immediately went to the website and found the article through a search. Unbeknownst to him, he was becoming a celebrity. There were also countless articles that were derived from that article. Most of the articles were speculations about themselves, but they were full of strange things about being a hermit expert, a bug user, or a secret weapon that a large guild is aiming for and raising something. There were even parody novels that were newly written by mixing them with novels. Only then did Hoya understand why Xianghun called himself Hosu. He had deliberately hid his nickname for himself. Thanks for your concern. I'm even more grateful. If I had died yesterday, I wouldn't be here now. I wanted to say thank you one more time, but I'm glad to have met you like this. Oh, are you still looking for black lizardman scales? Xianghun handed Hoya 7 black lizardman scales. Hoya, who unexpectedly received black lizardman's scales, thanked him, parted with him, and headed back to the swamp. Hopefully, we can fill 30 within today. 21. Black Heaven 4. Hello everyone. I'm streamer Laurent. A man greeted the air. But no one looked at him strangely for doing such a thing. Just by looking at him, he was streaming. Today too, I admit to a knife-like broadcast. So what are you going to see today? Mr. Aho, cut down on the chatter and get right to the point. Now this young is holding the gold, can't we just reveal it? Ha ha ha, if this doesn't go straight to the main topic, everyone is going to hit even one. Then I'll reveal the identity of the monster I'm going to meet today. Initium streamer Laurent, he is a player with a hidden job called Stealth Explorer. Due to the passive skill of the profession, it has the characteristic that it is not attacked first, no matter how much a monster is attacking, until an attack judgment is entered. Laurent was using it to show monsters in more detail than anyone else, or to show off hunting by using job characteristics. Since he only had to make an attack roll, he was able to do something as light as a slight touch of his hand. The screenshots he took up close like that were his pride, and trophy. Among them, there was also a picture taken while riding on the shoulder of a giant field boss monster. People have always envied and marveled at such things. Because his broadcast was to show the pores of monsters leisurely, he also had more than 50,000 fixed viewers. Currently, it has 52,174 viewers. Laurent smiled brightly. Voila! Where is this place? As Laurent moved away from the screen, he saw the background behind him. Even at a glance, it was full of damp energy, and the trees were covered in moss. And as he moved slightly, there was a rattling sound from the floor. Where is that? Isn't that the swamp area next to Riva? Yes. As you can see, this is a swampy area next to Riva where black lizardmen haunt. Today we will see black lizardmen. Black lizardmen are the first monsters, but if you don't attack, I'm invincible. Today, Black Lizard, I will show you the details of even the pupil of the man. After finishing the speech, Laurent went straight into the swamp. The dampness of the swamp began to embrace him. As Laurent developed his navigational skills, he naturally moved forward, reading and responding to comments from viewers running in real time. Then, when the skill got a signal, he found the black lizard man and took a close-up shot close to me and continued the broadcast. While the broadcast was in progress, the black lizard man flinched a few times through the hole that was supposed to be his ear, and then suddenly ran into the swamp. Did you see who pulled the aggro? Shall we go take a look? You can see the video of catching black lizard man in other places, but this is the only broadcast that shows the buttocks of black lizard man. The above is correct. Agreed? So, the streamers should find another black lizard man right now and move on. Streamers who want gold, show us what we want. Yeah, madams. The cooldown of the search skill had not passed yet, so he found the black lizard man and ran with his feet. After wandering around for a while, he moved to it and looked at it from a distance, and there was a group of black people there. The black crowd were players who were not black lizard men. Laurent couldn't hide his disappointment that he wasn't the black lizard man. Laurent, who was about to turn away from his disappointment, stopped for a moment. For he saw a black cloud drawn in a white circle on the left chest of the black crowd. When he looked closely, the situation was also strange. How do you do this? Hey, doesn't that look like he's betting on PK? Looking at their guild mark, it's Black Heaven. Option 1, you approached him as if he helped you, and you get PK together. Option 2, turn away coldly and turn around. You choose what you want. I was curious about who the commenter was for the worse. Choosing option 2 would be a waste of time. It was good to see that if the image was settled like that, it would be difficult from the next streaming. In fact, it was on the verge of ruining the stream by choosing the wrong path. Would you choose to fight fiercely? Really pick 2, right? As I was thinking about it, the situation suddenly changed. What is it? Wow, great. Crazy, really. Wow. As the person who was being piked by Black Heaven moved quickly and swung his sword, Black Heaven became a light and disappeared. It was an unbelievable sight. Viewers' attention turned to the one who almost got PK from Black Heaven, but Laurent didn't care. Because Laurent had lost his mind too. Wow, is that even possible? Laurent, you need to calm down, right? Laurent? Are you Laurent? After he moved, Laurent, who had just woken up, looked back at the video that had been sent. However, his face was not photographed at all because it was obscured by the shadows of the swampy area. Instead, it was stamped with a red-bladed sword with an unusual color. A sword that emits a beautiful and unusual red light, a unique sword with a dark blue line like the night sky that cuts through the center, as if dividing the blade and the pure white sword. It was deeply etched in the minds of him and his 50,000 viewers. Con dash! Con dash! Con dash! The sound of hammering and smoke were still leaking from Dantel's house, which he had been visiting for a long time. Hoya quietly waited for his hammering to finish. Not long after, Dantels approached Hoya and Hoya handed him Black Lizardman's scales. It took a total of 4 days to collect 50 Black Lizardman scales. The time was shortened thanks to the 11 scales of Black Lizardman given by a player named Sung-hoon. The basic work has already been done, but it takes about half a day until the scales are concentrated and added. Would you like to take a look? It's okay to just be quiet. Then a little bit. Dantels put the scales he had received from Hoya in a sack and carried it to the furnace. He controlled the fire with a skillful bellows, then slowly threw in the Black Lizardman's scales one by one without hesitation. When all the scales of the Black Lizardman thrown in earlier melted, the scales of the Black Lizardman were put on top of it, and when they melted, the scales of the Black Lizardman were put in again. One strange thing was that no matter how many scales of the Black Lizardman went in and melted, the remaining liquid did not exceed the size of the first one put in. Instead, the black light was getting darker. At first, the surface looked like a shiny slime, but now that the scales of the Black Lizardman that went into the furnace have exceeded 30, it looks like dark matter with no sense of contrast. What? 30 already? It seemed that it had not been long since Dantels had begun to melt the Black Lizardman's scales, but time flew by very quickly as he was watching. Finally, Dantels melted all 50 of the Black Lizardman's scales. After that, Dantels took the core of the giant golem that Hoya had previously handed over and threw it on the liquid formed by the melting of the Black Lizardman's scales. When the giant golem's core landed exactly on top of the melted scale, the melted liquid moved like a living tentacle. The black tentacles tightly wrapped around the giant golem's core and was absorbed into the core. The core of the giant golem, which had completely merged with the liquid that melted the scales of the Black Lizardman, had a turbid red color. It was the same color as blood stains that had faded with age. As time passed, the core of the giant golem melted due to the heat of the furnace. Dantels quickly took it out and poured it slowly along the groove of the mithril bracelet that had been preformed with his delicate touch, immersing it in water and removing it repeatedly. After pouring, soaking, pouring and soaking, Dantels finally finished the work and handed the finished bracelet to Hoya with a confident expression. Cloudy Magical Bracelet. Class Unique. Durability 110 out of 110. When a magic skill is activated, there's a 30% chance that the skill will be cast randomly from 3 to 10 times. A bracelet made by the legendary blacksmith Dantels using the core of a giant golem as the main material. The power of the giant golem's core has been strengthened because it has been mixed with a 50-fold concentration of Black Lizardman's scales. Where restrictions, more than 250 magical power. The dark red lines drawn like constellations on the silver ring bracelet were impressive. Even more impressive than that was the effect of the item. The activation probability of the effect was doubled. The number of casts of additionally activated skills was also increased. How? Do you like it? Yeah. All I can say is that it's really amazing. Heh then. Who made it? Dantels, who was having a conversation with Hoya, patted Hoya on the back pleasantly and continued the work that Hoya had been doing before handing over the ingredients. Hoya walked out quietly so as not to disturb him. These assholes, I went and told you to be a jerk. Are you dumb? If you're a human, talk to me, say it. Puck. Dino swung his wand at the man who was bowing in front of him, and struck him in the head. The man who was hit said nothing and he could only stand. I'm so upset that I lost everyone by one person, so I filmed it again and gave it all to the guild. What are you bastards doing? Are you spies put in by another guild to fuck me? Do you know what kind of treatment our guild is being treated now because of how many of you? Dino's abusive language continued uninterrupted. Hearing his rant, he lowered his head and rolled his gaze slightly. His gaze turned to Chloe, who was sitting behind Dino as if he knew nothing. It all happened because that year didn't convey the information properly. If he knew from the beginning that he was that kind of guy and prepared properly, it wouldn't have happened. This was all the result of that bitch lying to save her face. His head was so hot he felt like he was going crazy. He seriously thought about leaving the guild. However, there were not many guilds that would accept him as a cow user, and each guild made up of chow users had a line. Black Heaven was at the apex of that line, so there was a high probability that he would not be able to enter another guild if he left. However, when the cow condition was resolved, the offerings to be paid to the church were expensive enough to make my eyes pop out. If you don't have money, you can solve the chow with the confession quest, but the difficulty of the confession quest was enough to knock you down. He couldn't say anything to Dino's rant.